Good morning. Monday morning, bright and early, May 2nd, 10 o'clock.
Good morning.
Welcome to our Moore County Board of Education work session. And I'd like to call our meeting to order. Is there approval of our agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And before we get the pledge, I need to ask a question. This is posted as a work session and not with an addition of a special call meeting. So I don't know that we can take board action on the COVID agenda item.
I believe we verified with our attorney that we can.
We can?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It's not needed to actually call it a special called session,
Okay.
because it's a regularly scheduled meeting.
Okay, all right, then thank you for that clarification. I want to make sure that we are following protocol and everything legal. So at this time, Stacy, will you lead us in our Pledge of Allegiance
You
this
know it.
morning, please?
I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And at this time, I would just like to bring awareness. We lost a dear friend and an ex-colleague of our Moore County Board School, Moore County family, Dr. Eric Porter. He was here for years and was just a really good guy. He left us to go back home and take care of his mom and his dad. And we learned last week that he passed, and so I would like to just keep his family in our thoughts, and also we still recognize that the issues with Ukraine are not going away as soon as we would like for them to. So state of chaos continues. So let's just take a moment of silence. Thank you. At this time, our first item is our COVID-19 update. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Chair Thompson. Good morning, board members. Dr. Powers is here to give a brief update. He has refined the presentation that we've given throughout the school year. Brief update on our metrics currently. We're pleased that we continue to see an overall positive trend in our metrics. And Dr. Powers will be sharing my recommendation to you that we continue optional masking in our school district for the next month. June will bring us to the last time under current law, have to bring a masking recommendation to you, because that ends at the end of the school year according to Senate Bill 654. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Powers so he can share our update with us.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So as we look at our Strong Schools Public Health Toolkit from DHHS, that toolkit was last updated on March 4th. All guidance over the past month remains unchanged. In relation to our continued collaboration with the Moore County Health Department, there have been no changes in the guidance of the Health Department for managing COVID in the schools over the past month. Additionally, the Health Department continues to follow the guidance of DHHS in their toolkit. They support optional masking in all school settings, including on transportation, and the Health Department continues to not require quarantine of asymptomatic individuals following an exposure to a COVID-positive individual. Just a brief review of the new CDC COVID-19 community levels, which are based on hospitalizations. When we look at the County of Moore's community levels over the past several weeks, you can see that Moore County remains in the lowest level, which is the green. Just a quick reminder of the older transmission COVID transmission index, which is based on community transmission and percent positivity rates. The 4 levels, low, moderate, substantial, and high. When we look at the County of Moore over the last several weeks, we do see We were in the moderate, the yellow, for a number of weeks. We have seen a slight uptick the week of April 18th and moved back from the moderate to the orange substantial level for the county of Moore. When we look at our Moore County Schools metrics, we see a similar pattern, slight uptick in new student infections. Along with that, a slight uptick in absences related to infections, but again, not nearly to the point that we have seen in the past and not anything that gives us grave concern at this point. So with that, as Dr. Locklear shared, we do continue to recommend masking optional for students and staff at all indoor schools and district sites for the next month. We also recommend mask optional, excuse me, at all indoor athletic and extracurricular activities, and masking optional on all school bus and activity bus transportation over the course of the next month.
Board members, seeing and hearing Dr. Powers' presentation and update and the recommendation by the superintendent, is there a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Next, we're into our pending action and discussion items. Our first is an amended 2021-22 budget resolution for our third quarter. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Cox is here for the routine budget resolution that he brings each quarter. So I'll let Mr. Cox jump right into sharing an overall brief with you, and the recommendation is to approve this at your meeting next week. Mr. Cox.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear, Madam Chair, board members. This is the amended fiscal year 2021-2022 budget resolution for the third quarter. As you see here in the executive summary, it's a summary of each fund. The state public school fund is $85,160,030, which is an increase of $133,000. The majority of that is related to our early grade reading proficiency, letters training, literacy intervention that our curriculum is working on there. No net change for our local current fund. Our federal programs fund is now at $38,045,531, which is an increase of $6,518,591. The majority of that is related to our our last installment from our ESSER 3 funding from the state. We didn't get all that money at one time. This is that last installment for our ESSER 3 funding that makes up that. There's no change for our local capital, school nutrition, or local operations fund. Our total amended budget is $165,727, which is a total increase of $6,652,386. Attached to the executive summary is the actual budget resolution and a detailed change by program report code, just as reference for you, and happy to take any questions that you may have.
Board members, I want to remind everyone as we get into questions that we're going to have more of a detailed update and presentation down under reports and information today and discussion regarding some of our ESSER fund expenditures and dollars that we still have remaining from that particular fund. So it would be good if you don't have any other questions, if it's just relative to ESSER, if we could just hold those until we get down to our deep discussion with ESSER funds. Does anybody have any comments or discussion? Mr. Levy?
Yes. Looking at your chart here of changes, I see classroom teachers. First of all, I'd like to know the parentheses and the red. What does that mean? We're spending more or we're spending less?
So that is a reduction in that specific line item, and you see the reason there is we moved, for the classroom teachers, we have to do conversions, the restart conversions that we've talked about previously. So what we had to do is take those teacher positions, convert those to dollars, and if you look down from that 001, you follow that chart down to 037, that is the restart program report code, and the majority of that $8.9 million comes from the classroom teacher bucket to fund the restart schools. So we're not actually reducing any dollars. It's just a transfer from one category to another category, is essentially what it is.
They go from one bucket to another.
Yes, correct, correct, Ms. Thompson.
All right, and we have how many positions unfilled approximately for this year?
I'd have to defer to Dr. Alpenfels on that. I'm not sure of the number of vacancies.
Well, my question goes something like this, because I've been asked this a number of times by a number of people. I think our vacancies is like, I don't know, 50, 60, I'm forgetting the number because I saw it. And where's that money? In other words, we're not spending it. Obviously, we have budgeted, we asked for it in the budget, and we've budgeted it. What's being done with that money? Is it in a reserve fund? Is it, what's going on with that?
So if you would look at classroom teachers will be an example. So throughout the process of the year, when we have teachers come, teachers go, or vacancies, we put our highest paid teachers in the classroom teacher positions because the state pays for that regardless of the cost of that teacher. So at the end of the year, if we have planned to pay for teachers out of local, because they're our lowest paid teachers to maximize the impact on our taxpayers, we will then shift those to state dollars to make sure those state dollars do not revert back to the state. So then that money that we may have budgeted in local could potentially, depending on if there is any, could be used or go into fund balance or other priorities of the board.
Well, my question is, we know at this point in time what positions weren't filled, because this is the end of the year. So we should know how much extra money we have hanging around so that we can do whatever we need to do with it. Is there something I'm missing?
So we've got 2 more months to operate, and so I would think it'd be a little early to shift from local to state at this point. Now, you could do something potentially small, but you wouldn't want to do anything significant because you still have 2 months of operating to go, and the full reconciliation process hasn't happened at this point.
Well, my concern goes something like this. I know for a fact that the county commissioners are looking at this. And I know for a fact that they are considering this item when they are looking at our next year's budget. And I also would know that we're not gonna hire a teacher, let's say a history teacher, right now for the rest of the year, which is what, 6 weeks? Something like that. I also know that as we go through our ESSER money and the like, that there are a number of things which are cut from maintenance and the like. And I assume that that money that we didn't use for teachers, especially for locally funded teachers, because I assume that what's really happening is we shift, when we have a vacancy, we shift it from locally funded to state funded. So we get that money and we can do whatever we want with it. What I'm trying to figure out is how much money is there, and I'd like to figure it out before the county commissioners do. Because when the county commissioners look at it, they may look at it the wrong way and they may cut our funding. That's my concern.
So
Madam-
Dr. Locklear.
Madam Chair,
has-
may I offer
Yeah.
a couple comments? First, I'd say that, and Dr. Alpenfels, correct me, but I know our principals work as hard as they can, even in May. If they can bring in a certified teacher, and maybe someone's moved in April, they're gonna do that, because that's gonna benefit the students for the last 4 or 5 weeks of the school year. So, and there's other positions. When we talk about those 50, 60 positions, we're talking about a variety of different types of positions. What I would also note, Mr. Levy, great points, you're right. Our commissioners are paying attention to our fund balance, are looking at that, which is why we presented that to them. But I know Mr. Cox would also say that he does a lot of work in the closeout of the budget year to make sure we're utilizing our state funds to the best point possible, all the way up to the nth degree So we really don't know exactly what we're gonna have in local fund balance that will cross over into the next budget year until that end-of-year process. And Andrew, certainly add if you want to.
Yeah, and I would like to add, just to make the board aware, at the end of the third quarter, we were 80% spent in our state dollars. 3/4 of the way through the year should be about 75%. Our local dollars about 72%. So when you merge those together, we're pretty much right on target for what our budget is overall for the year.
Yeah.
Now, you're gonna have some fluctuation, like to Dr. Locklear's point, we will go through a final reconciliation, as we get later on in May, to clear up exactly where we are and what we may have. And you are aware that we allocated over $2 million in local fund balance, to offset, what we got, or in addition to what we got from recurring funding from the county. So that's included in that 72%. We should be about 75%, so we're 3% less right now, but we're overspent in state potentially. So we're gonna have to make some adjustments to make sure we don't go over budget in state and maximize those state dollars. So it's hard to give you a dollar amount of exactly where we are for a fund balance projection at this point.
So Andrew, having said what you just did, the commissioner's budget is set to be approved in June.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when will you know, the last week of school is June, around June 8th, 9th. So when will you true up and know, local versus state and where the dollars are at that point?
Well, we'll start working on that here. Well, we've been looking at it, throughout the year. We're going through it more in depth now to start making shifts where we think we're going to have, if we're going to have any additional teacher positions, where we can move them off of local. Or for another example is if we may have any program dollars like EC dollars, where we may not have spent it fully, so we can then take a teacher off of a state position, move that down to our program funding in exceptional children, which then would free up a state teacher position. So there are things that we're constantly doing, looking at. It's hard to tell you exactly when we'll have an idea of what that fund balance may be, if anything.
Okay. David, did you have a question?
I do. And, going back to the intent of not diving down in the details, which apparently we're going to do when we discuss ESSER funds, my take on this is a real issue. What happens to the money with vacancies? Because I've always heard, we have a large amount of vacancies, setting aside for a moment the fact that our vacancies are not outside the normal vacancy rate, as was presented in the Superintendent's Advisory Councils last week. Over the last 4 years, teacher turnover, this is the third lowest year out of the last 4 years, regardless of what detractors say. That's the facts. But setting that aside for a moment, let's use Mr. Levy's, and I don't know what the number is, say there's, running 60 teacher vacancies throughout the year, realizing that, people come and go. That's $4.5 million. That is not an insignificant amount of money. And using the average teacher, budgetary amount of $75,000 per, that's $4.5 million. And it seems to be a process issue that we as a board need to fix. And here's why. I hear the public say I've heard board members say we need to reinstate teacher aides and, teacher's assistants in whatever grades. Well, if at all times we have 50 or 60 unfilled teacher positions, that's $4.5 million. We could probably hire teacher assistants for an entire grade or two with that amount of money. I don't know, I'm just making that up. But the bigger point is we as a board need to look at the budgetary process. And if we budget X amount for people and X amount for things, and then we break that down as to how we want our people and things, when we have budget updates throughout the year, if there's a delta between them, that should be presented. We as a board need to say, look, we have approved these buckets of spending, and if there's a delta, we want to know quarterly, or, you know, whatever time period that reconciliations occur. Hopefully they don't occur just at the end of the year. Then we as a board can make a deliberate decision. Oh, wow, you know, our personnel budget is over, you know, we've got an extra $2 million. We as a board can say, let's spend that on teachers' assistants, or, oh, can we reprogram it to buy activity, you know, whatever, but it needs to be a deliberate process driven by us. And the way that deliberate process is we set up the reporting mechanisms where, you know, our superintendent presents it to us. Okay, my point is, it's a bigger process issue and something we're not gonna fix here today.
Right.
But it is an issue because, again, using 50 or 60 open positions, that's $4 million a year.
Can I
That no one can tell us where it goes. It goes somewhere, but we don't know.
Can I add something to that? People need to realize too that just because there's a vacancy on the internet doesn't mean that position isn't already filled. Meaning, if there is a 7th grade teacher that is having a baby, her thing may be on here, but she's still teaching 7th grade. Or there's a substitute filling in grade 4 at Robbins Elementary right now. So money is still allocated to those, obviously not teacher pay, but it's still allocated to those positions. Am I correct?
But I will say that we got a report, what was it, a couple of weeks ago, Dr. Locklear, of the number of positions we have and the number of vacancies. There was a report that we got, and I thought the vacancies were about 60 or something like that, total vacancies.
I think that's a rough number, around 50.
Yeah.
And I don't know off the top of my head, I'll be honest, but I think the last time we did an official report to you, I think we had in the 40s. That was back in December, if I remember correctly, was the last time we gave you an official report at a work session.
But we gave the county commissioners, I believe, a report. I could find it, I suppose.
Yes, we do give a monthly report to the county manager around our positions and vacancies.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't, the report that I do doesn't have the vacancies, it's just a report of
Right.
positions.
It's the total
Yeah,
positions.
no,
Right.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
that you actually do.
Yeah.
My concern is, and by the way, my concern is not that we have the vacancies. I want to make that clear because teachers are tough to get and recruiting is tough right now, so I understand that. And our turnover rate seems to be, actually over the past few years, is almost flat, so % up, % down, or whatever. I'm just talking about the budgetary impact of the vacancies. That's all I'm talking about.
And another thing we need to be mindful of is this time of year, we have different, not only teachers, but just all different classified type staff who have made a decision to retire. Some of them wait till the end of the school year to do that, and others do not. So, so this time of year, I'm sure that we've already had people who have made a decision to retire, that has factored into those vacancy, slots. So, again, this may be, a broader conversation, at a different, work session.
Yes, ma'am, I was gonna,
Yeah, so we can't fix it right now and today, can we? But at least we have about line of sight on where we are. And I hear your point, Bob, loud and clear,
Yes, ma'am.
that the commissioners are looking at line items of our budget. 7 million plus is a big ask, and so they're trying to drill down to determine exactly what they feel like our need is. So, Philip, did you have a
Yeah, I just
question?
had a question. Are there any staff, or is there gonna be any staff that are just gonna be transitioning from a part-time position to a full-time position? Do you know of? And how will that affect?
I can't answer that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if HR has any,
I mean,
is
that
known
common?
of any part-time transition to full-time at this point.
Very honestly, in the personnel realm, that would require a crystal ball, because that does happen. And conversely, it happens the other way too. I will get current vacancy data for you, but those data are different than they were Friday, and they're different than they were Thursday, and they're different than they were Wednesday. So I've asked my team to just pull current numbers so we have them live for you at the moment. But I signed staff actions before I came in, so all those numbers are changing, so.
And I just want to be clear, Dr. Alpenfeld, I know you do extremely hard work in getting recruiting. The number of vacancies that we have at any given moment is not so much my concern. What my concern is that over the year, we've had a lot of vacancies, mostly due to the shortage of teachers. I get that. I'm just looking at the budgetary impact and what we can do with those dollars by the end of the fiscal year so that no one says, oh, look at that fund balance that they have at the end of the fiscal year. They don't need as much money. And our kids need the money because our kids need the instructional time and they need the teachers and the like. So that's my point.
Certainly, and I think Ms. Caldwell's point is also, and it doesn't erase what you're speaking of, Mr. Levy, but for instance, when a teacher's position is vacant, we are often spending resources to provide a substitute. And Mr. Cox, I believe I'm correct that we don't ever get enough state money to cover all of our substitute costs. So
That's
that's
correct,
another
yeah.
dynamic.
Any other comments or questions?
I do, Madam Chair. And I just want to, one other 60,000-foot thing, and this briefly talks about things that we've talked about on the finance side. And this is kind of a caution to everybody in academia. Academia, you're all going to be surprised to learn this, is full of jargon. And there are so many laws, rules, and regulations that it is at best confusing to the layperson, right? So one thing that I think we have to do, academia needs to do, and us as a board need to do, is we need to help translate that. That jargon is necessary. And the jargon, whether you're talking about curriculum development and unpacking and this and that, or you're talking about government financing and receiving and executing government funds. Very few things in life are that complicated as executing government funds, right? But as a board and as a central office, or everyone in academia, we need to strive to take the jargon and the very complex rules, regulations, and processes, which may or may not be necessary, but they exist. But we need to strive to take that and translate it and present it to the public so they understand it. For example, curriculum development, like I said, unpacking this and that. You know, we need to be able to explain that. Hey, look, here's how curriculum works. DPI does this, we do this, and here it is in layman's terms. And in 2 slides, people go, oh, okay. We need to do the same thing with financials. And that's one of the things, Madam Chair, that we've talked about, you and I, is take the very necessary fund codes and this and that and present it more in financial documents, income statements, profits and loss, balance sheets that people recognize, and people, whether they're county commissioners or members of the public, that we can just explain it to them and say, hey, here it is. And same thing so that we, the board, can understand it. So that's my 60,000-foot view, and we just need to continue to work towards helping the public and the county commissioners and everyone outside of academia understand all this complex stuff.
Any additional comments? Next, we'll move to our first reading of our policies. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. First of all, my thanks to Dr. Alpenfels for leading the policy committee through our meeting last week, and Mr. Holmes and Mr. Dennison for joining me for that meeting, along with Jason Weber from Therrington Smith. This is just the first reading, and of course we would then do the second reading next week and act upon the policies. A large number of these, Dr. Alpenfels, are simply correlation with changed numbers on statutes or websites. Several of them are simply an effort to remove redundancies within the policy, such as the very first one, Policy 12, simply condenses 1210, 1211, and 1212 into one policy. So I'm not going to take the time to go through every one of these. There are three in particular that I do want to mention. And Dr. Appenfels, if there's something in particular you want to tell us about these policies, or Mr. Holmes or Mr. Dennison. The first one I'd like to mention is in the public address to the board, as it's referred to, which is pages 8 and 9, and you'll see a reference to it's going to be at the bottom. We've added an additional line under item 3 when you sign in to address the board. We've added that you may also list whether you are a Moore County School student or employee, and then item 5, further on down in the policy, would allow us to have these speakers come first in priority, so that students and employees for sure will be heard early in the meeting. This was Mr. Holmes' suggestion, and I think we all felt like it was very valid to ensure that these folks are heard, because the decisions we make most directly affect our students and employees. So that is one change, or one addition that we have made to policy. On through, and I'm sorry, Mr. Batchelor, you have to scroll a long way, on page 64, this is a policy about graduation. And nothing within the policy changed other than the addition of students who will be entering the military. The board had already voted to recognize these students at the graduation ceremony, and so we have included that as part of, I'm not even sure what the title of this policy was.
Graduation requirements.
Graduation requirements, such that you'll note that all graduates who will be entering the military, to include enlisted and those who accept an ROTC scholarship or academy appointment, and do note the key word is who accept, are to be recognized during the graduation ceremony. We would not be extending that recognition to students who opt to turn down an appointment or a scholarship. So, because we have lots of students that happen to do that. So that change was made to line up with the board's decision earlier. And then on page 88, this is a policy about our police force, our school police force. And it's a very minor change, but it is a change that could be significant. Mr. Holmes has done a lot of review of our policy pertaining to the police, and of course the operational manual as well. And in this case, we're making a one-word change. And if you'll note there, it says that in addition, as directed by the Board of Education or the Chief of Police, all officers will be required to engage rather than may be required. And we thought that that was significant to make that a mandatory requirement for our police force. And Mr. Holmes is continuing to look into, and you can add to this if you want to, options for training for our school resource officers. And I know that Chief Hardy is already, has been talking with you and is already on top of this and looking at the options that are available. We value our school police force, and we do want them to have the best training and to be the best qualified they can be as they continue to serve our students and teachers. But those three things are the main points that I wanted to bring to your attention. Dr. Appenfels, are there any other significant points within here? There is a lengthy policy about technology. Yes. Mr. Eklund has spent a great deal of time aligning that with current recommendations. It is incredibly comprehensive. So I would encourage you to spend some time reading through that one as well. So,
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
On page 91, it said you crossed out advertising is permitted in school publications such as yearbooks. Do you have that anywhere else, or are you just not allowing that anymore?
Yes, if you'll look at the very next bullet.
Can you enlarge that a little bit? Thank
Yeah.
you.
Oh, school, you just put as school officials?
May allow.
May allow,
for,
okay,
yes.
okay.
So it's covered in another
It's
one.
covered, okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
yeah, your books would be panicky.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yes.
I'm like,
Well,
Yeah. So, are you finished, Madam Vice?
Did you have a question?
I do,
Go
but
ahead.
I want to make sure.
Yeah,
I-
Finish.
that is all, those are the ones I wanted to
Okay.
draw your attention to,
Yeah.
so if there are questions for members of the committee or Dr. Appenfels.
And I want to remind Dee to review and to make sure that there is no line item that they question. And certainly after today, if you review, go back, please reach out to Libby, Philip, and Stacy, as well as Dr.
Mr.
Alpenfeld.
Dennison.
Not me.
Mr. Dennison.
I'm sorry, Ed. And ask questions before we get to our Monday meeting, because we'll pull this out as a separate item to vote on. And just make sure that everyone has had an opportunity to really review. Now, Bob, your
Yes,
question.
yes. This adds an officer to the Board of Education, a
It's not.
chairman pro tempore.
That's not new. It's in the other policy. We just don't pay much attention to it. So all we've done is combined 4 separate policies into one.
Okay, because it's not only redundant, but it's also not quite accurate. A pro tempore is a temporary chairman, and that's generally the vice chairman. So you've got 3,
That's the first policy.
you've got 3 people where you normally have 2. So the president, for instance, you've got in the US Senate, the president and the president pro tempore. And you don't have a president in the US Senate, a vice president, and a pro tempore, because pro tempore is temporary. So I don't understand.
Mr. Levy, this one is, it reads, in the absence of both the chairperson and vice chairperson, so that's what it's-
I understand, but it's like redundant and I think almost confusing. It's just my feeling that. I think there's one other thing here.
And,
Just,
and if you, just with this, if you go on down, it shows you 1210 and 1211 and 1212, I think it is, show you that that policy already exists. So what you're talking about is something that we would have had to eliminate a policy that was already in there. Continue on, Mr. Bachelor, down
Well,
to
hold
the
on,
next,
Coach. Well-
next, there it is. All right, so this is already in existence within policy. The 1210 gives us the chairman, the 1211 vice chairman, and then the next one
12.
okay.
is the
and-
secretary, and then if we continue on.
And oh,
Just
yes.
pass it on and
Yeah.
see the-
All right.
Okay, so it's already in there, so if that's a change that we would be interested in making, it would be something that would be different from what this is attempting to do.
Well, since we've never elected, or at least since I've been on, and you've been on longer, I don't think we've elected a pro tempore. We ought to
No.
consider changing it, but because I think it's gonna be confusing to the public.
Mr.
But-
Levy, the way that this reads, though, is it just says in the absence of both the chairperson and the vice chairperson, the board may elect a chairperson pro tempore for that meeting only. So it would be an election that took place because
Okay.
neither the chair nor the vice chair could be there, so it's not
that
like an
one
election
time.
for the year or
Okay, so it's
anything.
not a permanent.
No.
Okay,
No,
well,
sir,
maybe
this-
that's.
This wouldn't be part of the
Look,
December.
Maybe that
organizational
answers the
meeting.
question.
Under section C.
All right, okay.
Yeah.
But let me go to voluntary deductions, which is on, is there page numbers here?
Yes, page 20, I believe.
20. You've gotten rid of the word court-ordered child support for so-called voluntary deductions. So it almost seems that we're gonna be, that we're gonna be taking out child support even if it's not court-ordered. And that seems to me to be confusing, or may leave us open to someone coming in and saying, well, you should give me the child support because you don't have to have it court-ordered or something. I don't know.
I believe that child support is always court-ordered, and I assume that the School Boards Association reworded this one so that it was able to also include in this bullet other court-ordered payments. And
No,
we-
it says other court-ordered payments, but it gets rid of the word court-ordered for child support. to me, we should never be in the business of deducting child support unless it's court ordered. You know, if we get in the business of deducting child support that's not court ordered, we're getting ourselves into a mess.
Isn't all child support court ordered?
Well,
I mean,
let's,
it'd be a
No.
private decision between folks, but there would be no legality to it if it's not court ordered.
And even though it says these are so-called voluntary, that's not really what the text says. I just think that, you know, I think you ought to leave that in. It's just my feeling.
I think when they say court ordered and other, I think that's clear, it's either one, you know.
Well,
it doesn't
actually,
specify.
I differ with you, Mr.
Well, that's
Mr.
fine.
Dennison,
You don't
because.
have to tell me why.
No,
Just
no,
say
no,
you
no,
did
no,
one.
I'm gonna tell you why, because it's important. Because anybody who looks at this and says, well, you've gotten rid of the word court ordered, okay? So clearly you must not mean that to be other. If you had meant that to be other, then you would have left the word court ordered in. You must want child support that is not court ordered. And that could be basically pursuant to contract. Sometimes people get divorced and they just signed an agreement 15 years ago. And then the woman comes to the school board and says, well, I've got this agreement that says he pays me so much child support. I want you to deduct it. And boy, that's a world of hurt.
Mr. Levy, may I ask a question?
Yeah.
So it says child support or other court ordered.
Yeah.
So-
Right, but you're getting rid of the words court ordered,
No.
and you're saying that child support, well, all right. I'll leave it. It makes me uncomfortable, but I'll leave it.
Yeah, I prefer it the way it is myself.
It just,
I can check on that wording, Mr. Levy.
if you would check with council on it and tell them
Yeah.
how I felt about it, and maybe they'll say, hey, no, there's no problem with it.
I
Or maybe they'll
understand
say
your
there's something to
question.
it. And so,
Bob, if I can.
yeah, sure, go
Intervene
for it.
here. So I think part of Mr. Levy's consternation is that the header for that section is voluntary salary deductions, and then under voluntary salary deductions, it starts talking, it mixes under paragraph A, voluntary, it mixes court-ordered and voluntary. So if you don't make it absolutely crystal clear which is voluntary and which is court-ordered, it's just incongruent with the section heading. The other thing I would point out, and I face this as an employer day in and day out, you know, there's very little wiggle room in HR and employee as you know, but there is some. And as an organization, it is I believe, at least this is my view as an employer, to protect my employees' rights. If it's legally required, sorry, it's legally required, it's a court order. If there's any amount of gray area, and normally I would ponder where in that gray area I would land. If it's an HR matter and it has to do with my employees, I always take the most stringent reading in favor of our employees, right? So for example, although I can't think of one, I know that I've been faced in my company, and although I can't think of an example where there were optional deductions, for spousal or child and this and that. They weren't quite court ordered, but so it was optional, right in the shredder. So I think that we need to, in the protection of our employees, we need to make it clear we're not deducting a cent out of their paycheck unless they voluntarily do it or it's court ordered. There's nothing in between. And I just say that for.
Dr. Appenfels, although I have to agree with Mr. Holmes, we had no problem reading it and seeing that this refers to court-ordered child support. It would not make any difference if we continue to say court-ordered child support or other court-ordered payments.
I don't think so
So if we
either.
want to put the two words back in there, it
I'll
will satisfy
confirm
Mr.
that.
Levy,
Yeah.
and it
That-
doesn't
that would
change.
help.
It
Yeah.
doesn't
Just
change the
feel a lot
meaning at
better.
all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And to
Let's make that happen.
to David's point, should it be voluntary / required? I don't know.
I think that's another valid point, and I will get clarification and bring any changes back
Yeah.
to you on Monday.
Okay.
And
And
I-
if you would, it would be helpful, as we are reviewing this, this week, if you have an opportunity just to send us out, and certainly we can reiterate that on Monday.
Yes.
At least it will give everybody a heads up, okay?
I'm gonna need to point out one other thing. If
Okay.
you'll go back to the top of page 9, it's a typo. Under the number 5,
Look at you finding the typos.
well, this is the new part we added. It says, to address the board will be called up, on, in, and so it's either
Thank you.
upon, will be called upon in priority order, or will be called up in priority
On
order.
should not be in there, and I
Okay.
apologize. I will
Well,
blame
it
the
could be, it could
person
say,
who typed it,
will be
but
called
that
up,
would be
will be
me.
called upon. Anyway, so we want to get
Yes.
that one right before we approve it.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions about these?
Yes,
Mr. Holmes?
I was just looking at the policy right now, and going back, it does say voluntary salary deductions, and my question was for garnishments, because that's not really voluntary, I wouldn't think. But-
I agree. It's almost like that word voluntary is confusing. isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
I mean,
but
why don't we
it
just,
is.
I
why don't
thought
we
so.
just strike that? and just,
Yeah.
If you
know,
get, if you strike the word
Yeah.
voluntary
Yeah.
and
Just
just
leave
put
it out.
deductions,
Yeah.
it could, I suppose it could mean voluntary or
Yeah.
either one, but,
Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Anything else, board members?
Yes, I
Thank
have, yeah, I'm sorry, I have two other issues. I'll just air these publicly. On page 4, when you look at the duties of the chairperson, see, look, we do not need a director of pronouns because, see, we got this right. It was chairman and we went to chairperson without a director of pronouns. We were joking about that before the meeting. Anyway, if you go to paragraph, I would caution people, these duties of the chairperson seem to expand the authority of the chairperson. And whether intentional or not, I say that, let me restate that, whether intentional or not, this substantially increases the power of the chair. And I would ask all my colleagues, before you decide whether or not you support this, under paragraph 2, let's look at 2C. Oh, I'm sorry. 2E, to refer any item on the agenda or raised during a meeting to a committee prior to board consideration. That means, let's just before you decide to support that, imagine Chair Hensley. I just say that for effect, right? Imagine Chair Hensley, you could even be on the majority, and a chairperson could just say, sorry, we're not going to consider this because I'm going to refer it to this committee. And the way this is written, even with a 6-to-1 vote, the chair could not be overruled. So I think before we give the chair the unilateral power to bury something in a committee that he or she may personally not like, Chair Thompson, this is nothing against you.
Sure it is.
That's why I
but
use
that's
Chair
okay.
Hensley. No, it's not at all. It is not at all. But before we give any chair or a chair 5 years, 10 years down that power, where the board doesn't make a decision whether something's getting referred to a committee, say the majority of the board, that is a pretty big power. The other thing I would point out is,
So before you leave
what
there,
yes,
it would actually be the flip side of that, as we do now, to where when we have discussion at the board meeting and we have vote, the chair would oftentimes say, David or Bob, I would like for you to be a part of this committee and bring something back to the board.
well, technically, under Robert's Rules of Order, the body refers matters to committee. So that I could bring a motion, or somebody could bring a motion and say, I think we need to refer this to a committee. So what you're doing is you're amending Robert's Rules of Order and saying, no, that power lies exclusively with the
Right.
chair. So, for instance,
Bob, Bob, this is my section.
Okay, cool, cool, all right.
Bob, that's exactly what I said. I just wasn't sure what Robert's rule says. So yes, Bob reaffirmed my suspicion that just, everybody needs to understand as a board what you're doing if you approve this. And again, Pam, this has zero to do with you, because you know I'm actually a fan of committees and assign stuff to committees, but it can be abused, right? So you got to keep in mind that if this is a unilateral power that's going to supersede Robert's rules, and a chair down the road would have that power to go, you know what, you other 6 people, I don't care what you said, I'm referring this to a committee never to be seen again. And it could, I mean, it happens in the U.S. Congress all the time.
Were these aligned with the NCSBA?
Yes.
Okay, that's why they're changed.
Yep, and the other thing that I would point out is 2A, to rule motions in and out of order, including the right to rule out of order any motions patently offered for obstructive and
Dilatory.
thank you, purposes. As I frequently say, I'm from Oklahoma, English is my second language. So what I would point out there is, again, that is a power of the board, and Robert's rules handles that. You can call the question, you can, and by the way, if it's obstructive and whatever, if you call the question, you get a vote on it. So you really can't stall. You call the question and the majority votes on it, or 2/3, then it just goes away. There are ways in Robert's rules for the majority of the board to handle this. Again, board members, as a board, if you support 2A, you are giving up your right to vote, and you are giving the board's decision down the road whether or not something is obstructive or not. You are unilaterally giving that power to the chair, and I would not support that. Again, has nothing to do with Pam. I would just look down the road, in the future, and I would reserve that power for the board to decide. That's all.
On that one, and I will have to probably defer to Mr. Levy on this one, I believe that according to Roberts, the chairperson does have the right to rule motions in or out of order.
Well, but it's not, here's the problem.
This is
It's not-
based upon, Bob, I can handle this. This is a decision not on the parliamentary procedure, whether it was given at the right time or place, or I'm sorry, you can't nest that type of thing. This is not a procedural judgment. This is a judgment based upon the contents of the motion. And I'm sorry, but I do not want one person of this board to decide the content, whether the content of any member's motion is appropriate or not.
See, I see this as a Roberts Rules procedural thing, so.
Right, so let's follow Robert's rules. This overrides Robert's rules, anything we put in here.
Do we happen to have the old duties of the chairperson?
Well, that's not delineated because that's
like
in the
2
next
sentences.
Oh,
paragraph.
2 sentences.
so these are all extra ones.
Might we pull policy number 1200,
We sure can.
and that way we can proceed with the rest of the policies and come back to this one?
Can.
Yeah.
We're operating under policies 1210, 1211, and 1212 as it is, and things are, and it's just following Roberts at that point under those, because it doesn't delineate all these extra responsibilities of the
Yes.
chair. And take a second look at policy 1200 before we put it in there.
I'll place that on my own hold agenda for the next meeting of the policy committee.
Okay.
And again, I'm not against correcting the pronouns, all for that. I'm not against delineating, the duties if we need to further clarify them. I'm just against giving additional powers that could be abused. That is my only issue with this.
So the policy, again, is 1200 that
Yes,
we'll just
ma'am.
pull
Pull.
from this reading
Yes.
completely and send it back to the policy committee. Okay. Any other comments, board members?
I do have one question. Do we have public Wi-Fi here?
Yes.
Yes.
We do?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just.
It's right there behind Mr. Levy. Mr. Hensley.
Okay, my concern is that when the public comes in for, say, meetings, and they're using our Wi-Fi, under these policies, we get to inspect anything that they're doing or et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't necessarily mind that. Well, actually, I think I do mind it. But at the very least, the public needs to know about that type of a policy. Now, with respect to the students, that's different. I assume we have the parents sign an agreement when they get the devices to adhere to policy. Am I correct?
Mr. Eklund, as public signs into to Wi-Fi, is there any type of agreement or notice? Because if you're out at the medical clinic or the hospital and you sign into their Wi-Fi, there is a notice that automatically comes up. Do we have any such notice for the public?
Currently, no, we don't have, we don't have a splash page that provides that information.
Okay.
In the current design. We're doing some upgrades over the summer where we can refine things to do something like that, like this is the Moore County Schools policy. Now, one thing to be aware of, our internet services are provided as part of the E-rate program from the federal side, and we are required to filter and monitor internet as part of that, as part of the program. So there's notifications that we could add, either whether that's on the public notice or as we do upgrades to the Wi-Fi, to include something like a splash page that would provide that information.
And
You
is
must
that
apply by Moore County Schools policies, et cetera.
Is that something that you could do sooner than later?
Because we're going to be doing so much work over the summer to do this, it would be redundant work to
Okay,
redesign.
okay.
I think if we wanted to make sure that there was some notice, we could edit, we could change the signs to say, this is Moore County Schools, your internet activity is filtered and monitored, et cetera.
That may be helpful. Is
add
that
some
what
clarity
you're-
to that.
It's helpful, but
Yeah.
it's certainly not sufficient.
Yeah.
And the second part of the question is, do parents, are parents, when the child is given the device, are parents notified of our policy and agree on behalf of the children to abide by the policy? 'Cause
Yes.
the kids can't do that, obviously.
Well,
have to sign
this is included in the student code of conduct. We had a separate digital learning agreement when we first brought the program on that was provided separately. Now it is included entirely in the student handbook. These are all the agreements related to digital learning as part of your approval of your student enrolling in Moore County Schools. This is our policy on the appropriate use of device, et cetera, et cetera.
And does it say, and I agree
I had to
to
sign something.
abide by the policy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to
Please,
put the kid's
I'm-
name, too.
I'm getting a blank stare. I obviously know that you might not know everything that's in that stuff that's,
Well, are you asking whether the parent is saying that the parent themselves agree to buy it?
no, because children do not have the capacity to contract.
Yeah.
So you could have an agreement with a child anytime you want, and it doesn't matter.
Right.
But the parents have to agree on behalf of the child.
Right, and that's contained in the entire agreement that the student code of conduct, all the information related to digital learning, it refers to our policy, our acceptable use policy, et cetera. It provides them all that information that you are agreeing to all of this as part of, you're agreeing to have your
And they
child enrolled in Moore
physically
County
sign
Schools.
it and say, I agree.
Well, they do it through the online processes that they do through the Power School Parent Portal.
But they also have paper copies, because I signed a paper copy and sent it in, so.
I mean, all I guess I'm really getting at is we all go through this thing, do you agree? And we all
Yeah.
press it, and we don't know really sometimes what it is, but
I've done that.
that's still very valuable to us, because while we can have a policy, and that policy makes us abide by it, I'm not so sure that if the parents don't agree to give up that kind of privacy, that works. And I know that when the public comes in here and starts using our public Wi-Fi, if they don't agree to the policy, then the policy won't work for them. So that's just my take on the whole thing. So I would hope we would have that Google thing that says, I agree, and that the parents have to do it, and anyone who uses public Wi-Fi has to do it. So that kind of clears us up. That's
If
just
I may, Madam Chair, I think the sum of, yes, we require our parents to sign that currently. And when our technology team does revisions and updates over the summer, we'll ensure we have the fancy name, I think Mr. Eklund just called it a splash page.
Splash page.
And we will revise our signage as soon as possible to make
Yeah.
sure there's a public notice of that.
Yeah, and once, as updates, Dr. Locklear and Mr. Eklund, as those are being done with regard to signage online, if you could just, next go around, and include it in our monthly updates, that would be great.
I have a question. Mr. Eklund, have you ever been to, I'm sure you have, but, you know, when you go check into a hotel or something and you go to put in your password, this thing pops up and says, hey, is that the splash page?
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Where
That's a splash
it would
page.
just put it more directly in front of,
As
you know.
opposed to splash pad where you.
That's in Pinehurst.
Okay.
You'll have to talk to maintenance
Thank-
about
Oh,
installing
Bush.
splash pads.
David has a question.
So, yeah, actually, two comments. Yes, I agree. We definitely need a splash page. You know, I concur, you know, no one ever reads this stuff anyway, so we need a splash page. We, the visitors, concur with the policy, and then if we ever do have to go to court because someone's doing something inappropriate and we caught them at the firewall, then we can say you consented to monitoring. So that's a very important legal protection for us, and in case something ever happens. The other thing I'd like to take a tangent and point out, Mr. Eklund mentioned content filtering. For those people who think we could not ever possibly prohibit content in our libraries, or a book in our libraries based upon the content or age inappropriateness, for those factions of the public who believe that and want to equate prohibiting a book based upon age appropriateness or content, and for the members of the public who want to equate that to Nazi book burnings, we do that every day. Every government agency on this planet does it each and every day through content filtering of the internet. There are places that I go to on the internet that I cannot go to when I'm connected to Moore County schools. They are legal, they are appropriate, there's absolutely nothing. There's a firearms-related bulletin board that I go to. My right to go to that is protected by the First Amendment. Discussing firearms is protected by the Second Amendment. But when I connect to the Moore County School Wi-Fi, it is blocked based upon content. I do not see any members of the public agitating against this board for blocking content on the internet. But the same people will defend to the death, you cannot ban that book based upon content regardless of how atrocious. Those same people don't care about banning content on the internet. That's it, strictly soapbox editorial comment.
Thank you.
My point is that content filtering is very appropriate in an academic setting.
Thank you. Next, we will move into our exceptional children contract for services 22-23. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Bullard and Dr. Powers are going to join us. This is something that we bring to the board each year for contract for services to make sure we're providing all that's required to our exceptional children students. All of the contracts we're presenting you today, the quote from the executive summary, are the incumbent and lowest price provider. I would like to take a quick editorial moment to publicly thank Dr. Kim Bullard. This is her last time she's going to be with the board. She's retiring. Fortunately for her, unfortunately for us. And I just want to thank her for her years of service as a principal and as the director of Exceptional Children's. We really appreciate your leadership and your service, Dr. Bullard. You're going to be missed. She is moving on into a private job that will continue to have connections to Moore County Schools, and make sure I say this right, with the CEO of Sand Hills Children's Center. So we appreciate the fact we'll still have some interactions with Dr. Bullard. But thank you, Dr. Bullard, for your service, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Powers and you for the presentation.
Yeah, and I'm just going to pass it right along to Kim. She's going to cover 5 contracts for the 2022-23 school year related to exceptional children's services.
Good
morning, Madam Chair, board members, and Dr. Locklear. I am requesting approval on 5 contracts related to services that are required for the Exceptional Children's Department. These are contracts that we have had previously and are renewing. We contract for these services as opposed to hiring our own staff to perform these duties based on 3 main factors. It is very difficult to find qualified personnel to serve in these roles. It is more often cost-effective to contract out for these services, and while these services are required, they are student-specific and may be short-term, so the need for staffing would not extend beyond that term. The first contract for your approval is for nursing services that we provide for a student. Maximum Healthcare Services provides services to a student who needs individual nursing service as prescribed by the student's individualized education plan. The cost of these services will be billed at $40 an hour, not to exceed 7.5 hours per day for the nursing services provided. This is a $3 per hour increase from last year. Before that, we had not had an increase in cost for services. Funding for these services will be paid out of federal IDEA grant that is specific to exceptional children. The second contract being presented for your approval is with John E. Sexton and Associates. The contract with John E. Sexton and Associates provides services for Moore County School students who need audiological services. The cost of these services will be billed at $505 per day and will be rendered 3 days each week. There will also be the cost of mileage reimbursement at the approved federal rate. Audiological services are provided for approximately 14 students at this time. Federal IDEA grants will be used to pay for these services. The cost of these services have not increased since last school year or the year prior to that. The third contract being presented for your approval is with All American Interpreters for the Deaf Incorporated. The contract with All American Interpreters for the Deaf provides services to our students who need sign language interpreting services. The cost of the services will be billed at $49 an hour unless requested with less than a 24-hour notice, and then the billing rate will be at $73.50 an hour. There will also be the cost of mileage reimbursement at the approved federal rate. This is a standard rate increase of $4 per hour and a $6 per hour increase in rates for enhanced time. Currently, these services are required for 2 students as identified by their individualized education plan. Moore County Schools employs 5 sign language interpreters to provide these services for the other students in our district, but we still have a need for 2 additional interpreters that we have not been able to fill. Anytime an interpreter is out, All American provides a substitute for the interpreter, whether it is a contracted position or a Moore County Schools position. All American has also provided an interpreter for a student that wanted to participate in extracurricular activities. Federal IDEA grant funds will be used to pay for these services as well. The next contract for your consideration today is with Soliant Health. Soliant Health provides a contracted teacher for the deaf and hard of hearing. The cost of these services will be billed at $74 an hour. This is not an increase in cost from last school year or the year prior to that. The cost of these services will be paid from state allocated funds for students with special needs. This position serves approximately 30 students. The final contract being presented for your approval is with Sand Hills Children's Center. The reason we contract with Sand Hills Children's Center is that it is a preferred practice recommended by our consultants from the Department of Public Instruction. In some capacity, to contract or enter into an agreement with other community-based programs within our district that are licensed community-based centers like Sand Hills Children's Centers. For each recommended contract, with the exception of Sand Hills Children's Center, at least 2 additional companies provided pricing information for comparable services. Thank you for your time and consideration of these contracts to meet the needs of our students. Are there any questions?
I had one, you said with us, I'm gonna say it wrong, but the Soliant Health Incorporated.
Soliant?
Yeah, thank you.
Uh-huh.
You said 30 students, but it says 17 up here, so I was just curious on.
So we have approximately 30 students total. We do have a part-time deaf and hard of hearing student that sometimes they consult with.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Is this thing for Sand Hills Children's Center just the transportation, or is this the education of the child?
Both.
Both. And so there are 30 children ages 3 to 5. So this is preschool
Yes, sir.
as well. And was there ever any look at whether we could do this on our own, or are these so developmentally challenged children that it's better at Sandhills Center?
We do take in consideration our own preschool classrooms, but usually they're the most significantly needed children at Sandhills Children's Center.
So Sandhills Children basically specializes in this kind
Yes,
of
sir.
stuff? All right.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, board members? Dr. Bullard, we appreciate the information, and as noted, dollars will be either spent from state or federal funds, nothing from our local budget. This is something that comes is it annual renewal every year? I would like to take this opportunity, Dr. Bullard, just to thank you for all the work you have done with our program, our EC Children. It's been a pleasure knowing you as a principal at Robbins for so many years, and then your transition down with our EC students. Congratulations on your retirement and your awesome new position. We just hope for continued blessings for you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next is our out-of-state field trips. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. Madam Chair, Dr. Powers is here, which is, I would say, is good news. We're here for the second month in a row to recommend 2 out-of-state field trips, one at Northmore and one at Pinecrest. So I'll turn it right over to Dr. Powers.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. We do have, yes, 2 out-of-state field trips for your consideration this month. Northmore High School is requesting that select FBLA Future Business Leaders of America students be allowed to travel to Chicago, Illinois to participate in and compete at the FBLA National Conference. Participating students qualified for national competition at the FBLA State Conference earlier in the year, and this trip is planned for June 28th through July 22nd. I'm sorry, June 28th through July 2nd, 2022. Second trip is Pinecrest High School. They are requesting that select speech and debate students be allowed to travel to Washington, D.C. for the National Catholic Forensic League Grand National Tournament. 2 students have qualified to participate in the tournament. In addition, they'll also be visiting some local museums and being a part of a service project at Arlington National Cemetery during their time in D.C. The trip is planned for May 27th through 30th, 2022. I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, board members? It is, David, did you have a question?
No, I just had a alluding what I said earlier about the rules and regulations, frustrated because buses, extracurricular, if you got 6 students going to an extracurricular activity, next county over, they have to take a big school bus, can't take a small van. There's all kinds of, how do students get to and from the airport?
Generally, I think they're transported by parents
or something.
Or if there is the need for them to perhaps ride with a staff member, we do have the ability for parents to provide permission for transportation in a private vehicle, and we have some forms that parents fill out.
Okay, I was just trying to reassure myself in my head because it didn't clarify that there wasn't this big school bus going up
With 2 students on it.
With 2 students go to and from the airport. That was all I was just trying to, thank you.
But it's wonderful to see that we have gotten back to this point to where our students now can go to the next level if they need to with athletics and all type of events happening at the school, that they're free now to move about and be able to attend and go. So it's great to be able to see this. Next, we have our student device refresh. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, ma'am. As Mr. Herring and Mr. Eklund joined Dr. Powers at the table there, this is for a student device refresh for grades 2 through 5. This is to refresh the devices we currently have put together in operation over the last couple of years in grades 2 through 5, 1-to-1. This will be funded through the Digital Learning Fund from the county. Per your approval of this lease purchase of this refresh, we then will be moving forward to our county commissioners because it requires them to also approve because it is a lease purchase for a number of years. So we'll be moving forward at a future meeting to present that to them as well. We'll say that we'll be sharing a little bit about the process itself and logistics and the budget of this, but I believe also Mr. Herring will be diving a little bit into the why. Why do we need these devices? And I've heard Mr. Herring say before that a digital device, a Chromebook, an iPad, whatever it may be, is a tool. It's a tool for instruction, just like any other tool that we may use in a classroom to highly engage our students and to push them towards those learning outcomes we're working towards. And I often will say it's about being innovative, not automate. You know, this is to innovate, not automate. And so certainly I know Mr. Herring's going to dive a little bit into that and those skill sets we're pushing through this highly engaged instruction. So with that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Powers.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So just as a reminder, the grades 2 through 5 student device refresh that we're bringing to the board today is a part of the district's 5-year digital learning and technology sustainability plan that's been previously presented to and approved by the board. Grades 2 through 5 Chromebooks are scheduled to be replaced coming up for next year, 2022, 2023 as a part of this plan. And as Dr. Locklear also shared, Mr. Herring is going to share a little bit about the why one-to-one student devices are important instructional resources, not just in grades 2 through 5, but really in all our elementary grades. And then Mr. Eklund will provide more details related to the actual devices, the process for securing the devices, and the plan for lease purchase. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Herring.
All right, and thank you all. So yeah, I get to speak to the why. So Moore County should continue to provide one-to-one access to devices in our classrooms. Doing so gives teachers those tools to enhance classroom teaching and learning when they're used purposefully. Digital devices expand on what's possible inside of that brick and mortar classroom. They support data-driven instruction for the whole group, small group, and for those individualized learning activities. Practically, one-to-one access allows more efficient testing so we can minimize the number of days required for testing. So instructionally, the devices that Moore County Schools has deployed allow for quick transitions between offline and digital activities. Both Chromebooks and iPads boot within a matter of seconds. When each student has their own dedicated...
I'm sorry,
Go for it.
can you go back, please? You made the statement, and I don't think it's on the slide. I was looking for it, that one-to-one make testing faster.
One-to-one does not make the administration for one student faster.
I get
but-
that.
Okay.
No, but what I've seen is, like, let's take iReady at the elementary level, the primary, whatever. What I've seen is, I've seen them break into groups, and, you know, a group at a time do it. And I've seen them break into 3 groups. So I just wonder, at what grade do we just have to test all the students at the same time on a Chromebook by breaking into individual? You're the one who made the comment. I'm just asking
Sure.
for clarification.
And I'm going to speak to it, and you may need to redirect me as well. So when you say that you have iReady kind of operating in small groups around the room, I think that may be exactly what you're seeing, that it's being utilized in a small group as like a rotation. So I may have a pocket over here of my students doing iReady, while the teacher is at one of our kidney-shaped tables doing small group direct instruction. And I may have another like reading group going on over there.
Right.
So I actually use that transition to keep them motivated so I can work with those smaller pockets. So
Right.
that may have been what you've seen.
Right, that's what I saw. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. And in that environment, you would only need a 1-to-3 ratio because the classrooms were broken up into thirds or halves, you know, half working with the teacher and half over doing the iReady assessment.
Sure. Well, I think another point that's really important there is that transition time. So as a classroom teacher, transitions are very valuable because it keeps it moving. So in a long class, you break it up into those smaller segments, which is good. The problem with transitions with digital materials are, especially the younger you go, when children are sharing the device, that child, the new child, now has to take that device, log out, log back into the device, then launch the application, which may also have another login. That can make those tools prohibitive if I'm a classroom teacher, if I have to go around to each rotation, as you said, and now I need to log these 10 children in for the next group. Does that make sense? Or does that address what you're...
Yeah, I mean, I understood what you said, yes.
Okay, okay.
In addition, and just to also add, I think, Mr. Hensley, what you had also asked was related to when devices are required for testing. So in grades 3 through 8, online testing is required for both beginning of grade, end of grade testing in math and reading, and as well for 3 check-ins throughout the year in grades 3 through 8 in reading and math.
Right, but when I was recently up north at a school, they were rotating students through there anyway. They weren't doing them all at the same time.
I think that also may have been an instructional use versus a testing scenario.
No,
So we-
this was the end of grade testing schedule for wherever I was. And they had, because I asked the principal to clarify, because some parents had asked me. And because the way the schedule was published, it looked like end of grade testing was every day for a week. And then I clarified with her, and she said, no, we were rotating students through there.
Was that last year?
No, it was this year. It was last week.
Okay. So it
We
must
can
have
t-
been,
we
not
can talk-
end of
we-
grade then, because we haven't started any end of grade testing as of yet, but check-ins perhaps.
Yeah, we can talk about it offline. It was an upcoming schedule. It wasn't a schedule being executed now. It was a schedule being executed sometime later this month.
I can speak from experience when, in the past, when the schools, the elementary schools did not have sufficient devices, that we had to do a lot of work as a technology department to collect devices together and give to them because for the end of year testing, they may even just do it by grades. So if you had a limited number of devices, we were shifting devices around. They were saying, oh, could we borrow some from the high schools? So until we had technology at an appropriate level, there was a lot of extra work to provide them with the devices. So as Mr. Herring is saying, when they're just available to the students there, it's just a question of the student going and using the device when they need to, as opposed to we've got to shift them around the school, we've got to shift them between schools and things like that. So there's just a lot of efficiency that's involved in them having adequate access to the tools.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So kind of hitting on that same point, the transition time matters. We do not want to see our devices used throughout a lesson in any of our classrooms. Instead, we want to see them used for parts of a lessons to personalize and enhance learning. So a skillful teacher is going to use diagnostic measures to inform instructional groupings, intentional pairings of learners. A teacher will use the digital tools to facilitate parts of small group rotations, which I think you may have seen. Teachers are going to access digital libraries to use to expand upon the, forgive me, there, okay, to expand on the print resources that they have available in their classroom. They're able to use digital learning platforms to prescribe individualized learning plans for each child in the room, while again, they pull out that one-to-one for that small group learning. So with that in mind, access to one-to-one devices support data-driven instruction. They enable ongoing measurements to tell our teachers where their students are, where their weaknesses or strengths lie, and to inform the instructional decisions about what needs to happen next to move this classroom forward. Access to one-to-one means that, when appropriate, those learning checks are fast, efficient, and they translate to real-time actionable information. A tool that illustrates that well is iReady. So when you pair 40 minutes of iReady a week, you supplement your normal high-quality instruction as well. It helps teachers personalize learning pathways to proficiency and growth in reading and mathematics. It evaluates skill. It follows that with remediation or acceleration practice for each student. Teachers use other digital tools as well for engaging formative assessments. You may have heard of Padlet, Kahoot, Flipgrid. These quickly show teachers when to move forward and when to slow down and reteach a skill or concept. Beyond the data-driven instruction, we can use technology to enhance, engage, extend our classroom teaching and learning. With the tools available, our students can go beyond digital consumption and instead lean towards or lean into digital production. Posters, programs, presentations. Again, going back to that logistics piece, practically the state has required that certain assessments be given in an online format, and that number is steadily expanding. Access to one-to-one devices gives schools the tools to minimize those testing windows that you were speaking of, and then get back to teaching and learning through more of their calendar. Additionally, since our students will be assessed electronically, It's also appropriate they become familiar with those delivery methods prior to testing day so that they're answering the questions instead of learning that interface during the assessment. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to give you some details of the device selection process, because we've already leveraged a portion of our ECF, excuse me, FCC emergency connectivity funds to obtain 400 devices to help with the grades 2 through 5. To refresh the remaining devices would require an additional 3,600. Because of the size of this lease purchase, it was presented through the Demand Star sealed bid process, and we selected Trafera for Lenovo 100E Generation 3 Chromebooks, both because of the durability and design of the devices, but also because they have the longest support life. That's through June of 2029. One of the reasons we're facing this need to refresh is because we haven't had the elementary schools properly supported through our regular sustainability plan, and they are now dealing with devices that have been largely hand-me-downs from other grade levels, and they are facing this imminent end of life in June of 2022. So for them to continue to have access to usable technology, we're required to do this refresh. And just as additional information, this is a full lease purchase. We will own the devices at the end of this lease, so that gives us the maximum flexibility and value for these devices.
So Mr. Eklund, the devices, the end of life, you indicated goes through June 22. And so the refresh will be done at what point will the refresh be done and completed? Is that summer?
This will be over the summer, so they
Okay.
will have devices available for the start of the school year.
Okay, and so for the $5,897.76, that will be out of the digital learning fund, is that correct?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's the savings, Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mention this. Again, not only did we put the actual devices out to bid, we also took the opportunity to informally bid because we're permitted to bid on the lease purchase agreement itself. So the dollar figure that you mentioned, the $5,897, is a savings in the actual lease.
Is a saving,
in lease
okay.
purchase
I
cost,
wanted to
yes,
be,
yes.
I wanted to be,
Yes.
okay, all right. I saw that and okay. I just wanted to be clear on where we are with our dollars.
Yes.
Board members, do you have any questions? Bob?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The first thing that I want to ask is, when we do one-to-one, the kids are going to take it home, am I correct? Or am I incorrect?
That is available for students in grades K through 5 now. It was part of our pandemic planning, and also some of the schools are finding that that's valuable for the students to have access. We have families where this is the only technology device that the student has access to at home.
Okay, so that severely, I assume, shortens the life of the device?
Well, we've found that by choosing devices that have better durability, and also part of our agreement with the vendor is a full accidental damage protection for the entire period of the lease. So if there's any damage, it's covered as part of this. So we found it interesting, well, possibly not interestingly enough, but in the pandemic, when all students were taking the devices home, the elementary students have been doing a better job of taking care of the devices than a number of the middle school and high school kids. And that may just be related to their age, so.
But let me drill down here also a little bit. My concern about devices as opposed to physical books, and I've gotten this from many members of the public, is that they don't believe, and I don't know the answer to this, whether attention span, by relying on the devices, attention span is less and the ability to read goes down by relying more on the devices as opposed to traditional books and traditional writing. In addition, the children aren't using their penmanship and the like. I'd like for you to comment on that, because I get it quite a lot from the public. As a matter of fact, one person says, I don't think that children should have these devices in school until, say, the 3rd grade or something. I'm not saying that I agree with that, but I'm saying that that is one thing that a lot of members of the public do believe.
And understood, Mr. Levy. And what I would say is, we need to keep in mind that these devices are absolutely a supplement in the classroom. These devices are not meant to be used, as a total resource in all that children use in grades K through 2 or even in grades 3 through 5. So we do still have books. We don't get the amount of textbook funding from the state that we once did. But we do still absolutely rely when teaching children to read in those early elementary grade levels. Again, yes, printed text absolutely is a part of everyday classroom instruction, but at the same time, these electronic devices are also a critical tool as a supplement for instruction in those classrooms.
Well, I don't doubt that, we're in the 21st century, and it's called the teachers call it 21st century literacy. And I understand that we need it. But my hope is that through our, through the teachers getting together for their professional development, that they're making sure that our students are doing things like old-fashioned book reports, old-fashioned reading of, especially, well, maybe not in the 1st and 2nd grade, but probably the 3rd grade, chapter books, which, who knows, may come on the digital device itself. I don't know. But I think that the public is concerned, and I would hope that you would encourage our teachers to do as much as they can offline and with regular books and the like.
Might I respond to that just a moment? I think if you're saying the public is concerned,
Yes.
it's got to be public who don't have children in the schools. Because I can tell you that the 2 kindergartners and the 3rd grader that I have contact with on a very regular basis the 2 kindergartners have not taken an iPad home this year. They bring home really cute little books that replace Dick and Jane. They're little paperback books, and that's what they take home to read. I volunteered in both kindergarten and 1st grade classrooms this year, and math is done in workbooks and on paper sheets, and with lots of manipulatives, a lot of Montessori type skills going on in our kindergarten and 1st grade classrooms. The time they spend on those learning devices is as a supplement to these hands-on materials that they get. Teachers' classrooms are lined with books. Teachers have extensive libraries and when children have free time, they're not told go get an iPad and play a game. They're told let's pick a book off the shelf and sit down and practice our words. And I think that parents know whether or not their children are bringing these things home. So I don't believe you're getting concerns from our parents, but rather from people who don't know what's going on in the schools.
Well, the answer is, Ms. Carter, I am getting it from parents. And we're all not talking about just K1, which, by the way, I believe we are 1 to 2. Am I incorrect on K1? We are 1 to 2?
Well, they have access to enough devices to be at a 1-to-1 level now because of the devices that have come in through the pandemic.
Okay. Wow.
But parents should know if their child's bringing a device
But I'm also talking
home.
about 2 and 3. What I'm really talking about is reading. And what I'm really talking about is attention span and being able to read into chapter books and to be able to read on the 3rd grade level. We have a problem, and that's not just to Moore County. And I think the public needs to know that this is not just Moore County, that 50% of most children in the state of North Carolina don't read to grade level. And we need to, certainly in Moore County, we need to raise that. And one of the ways is to emphasize the computers less, and the books more. I don't mean to belabor the subject. I'm just trying to give you the opinion of some parents that I get.
And I don't disagree, Mr. Levy. You're right. And as we have said, the technology is meant to be supplemental. Our curriculum instruction team is currently working on some guidelines for best practices for teachers in the classroom. That would also include some information related to how much is technology used versus other types of instructional practice within the classroom, so that is it does not become something that's done all day, every day in every classroom. Again, it's a supplemental piece that's limited in the classroom, where the majority of the time is spent, though, using non-instructional strategies and resources within the classroom. So the CNI team is
You mean
working on that.
non-electronic, not
Non-electronic, I'm sorry,
Okay, I wanna make sure.
oh wait, yes, I'm sorry, non-electronic, thank you, yes.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. David?
I have just a quick question for Mr. Eklund and some comments. So if I read this correctly, the devices, the Chromebooks are $349 each. And that's the total cost, and we're expecting a 4-year life cycle out of them, or we have 4 years worth of warranty and
Yes.
maintenance and whatnot.
Yes, a minimum of 4 years, yes.
Yeah, okay. I'm a technology guy, and I've been a reliable vote for technology. I'm sure you've noticed that. But my views are changing, and I'll tell you why it's changing. First of all, I understand the tools like iReady, and I understand the importance of them, and they're great assessment tools. They're ongoing assessment tools. You know, you do an assessment once a week or however frequently you want to do them. But like Mr. Levy, I think I'm concerned that students, and I've heard it from parents, I've heard it from citizens, I've heard it from faculty and staff, students having their nose buried in these things day in and day out. I don't think it's good. I think it teaches short attention span, especially the lower the grades. So I think we need to work on less dependency on devices. I really see no reason that we need to have a 1-to-1 device to student ratio in K through 5. Quite frankly, I think a 1-to-2 ratio is more than adequate to do your assessments and do end of grade testing and all of that. Because the other thing that Mr. Eklund will say is the cheapest thing you do with a computer is buy it. You got to support the damn thing, and you got to reload this and that, and the life cycle costs far exceed the initial acquisition costs. The other thing, before I make my main point, is I would point out buying all this technology does nothing but enrich tech oligarchs and Chinese companies, many of which use slave labor to build these devices. So really, when we take Moore County taxpayer money and use it to buy Apple and Lenovo devices, we're just sending that to China, who uses slave labor to build these devices. So we need to be a little more conscious about what we're buying and where we're buying it from. But here's my main concern. This county digital fund is really an artificial concept that's carved out to make us think we can only spend this money on technology. I suspect that the county commissioners are going to do away with that and just give us a lump sum, which hopefully has a major increase. And then we decide how we want to spend the money. And I convert things to teachers, whether it's our communications department, where we can have a communications department, or we could have 3 full-time teachers out there teaching our students and reducing class sizes and ensuring our students learn. Or if you do the math on these, we have, 4,000 is what this brief says. We have 4,000 K through 5th graders, or we need 4,000 devices at $439 each. That's $1.7 million. If you divide that by 2 to get a 2-to-1 ratio, that's $878,000. You divide that by 4, that would be the yearly spend. That's 219. If we went to a 1-to-2 device ratio, we could hire 3 full-time teachers per year. And that's not a one and done. We could have an additional 3 teachers in K through 5th grade. Or we could have a 1-to-1 ratio of devices. I don't know my thoughts on that. I just know whether it's eliminating the communications department to get more classroom teachers, or it's going to a 1-to-2 device ratio in kindergarten, first grade, second grade, whatever, to get additional teachers. It's a guns and butter debate. Do you want guns or do you want butter? In this case, do you want Chromebooks made in China, maybe by slave labor, in our classrooms that are used, hopefully not full-time by our students, or do we want 3 additional teachers each and every day in there instructing our students? I'm kind of leaning towards teachers on this one. Anyway, that's all I have to say.
Any
Madam
other
Chair.
comments?
Yeah, I have one. So let me ask you, right now with our devices, do we have any warranty coverage for loss or anything like that?
Depending on the grade level, what we get through our vendor, we get with it, on the Chromebooks, we get with a 4-year accidental damage protection. What's out there in the K5s don't have that protection any longer.
Okay, so when we get these, they're gonna have damage and loss
Yes.
protection.
Yes.
So let me just ask this, so if a student accidentally damages it or loses it, is that student gonna be required to pay to replace that device?
Currently, our policy is that because that then takes another device out of the pool, that the schools do bill the child if it's negligent damage. And we do have a process, though, that allows the parent to apply for a waiver of those fees.
Okay,
So-
so I'm not really sure how I feel about that, especially if it's, I'm assuming you're gonna order more, like to have on hand for extra.
Well, what they actually have included is sort of a 2% additional that they include, and then we have spares on hand to swap out to keep something available at all
Right,
times.
and then whoever, the supplier will again give you another.
Correct.
Okay, so I guess I'm torn between, if you're getting something replaced for free, okay, and you have extras, why are we gonna charge a family $350 for something that, number one, we already have a replacement for, and number two, we're gonna get another replacement?
So, and, Mr. Eklund shared, clearly negligent damage. So if it's a complete accident, child didn't mean to, certainly we would work with that family and could do that. If it's a situation where it's, the damage is caused intentionally, that kind of thing, then there would be some responsibility on the part of the family.
Well, I think therein lies an issue in and of itself, because who's going to determine whether it was negligence or accidental? That's a concern that I have. I mean, how are you gonna determine that?
Yeah, we would expect our principal to work with the family, talk with the family, listen, find out what the circumstances were. It may be it may be a situation where it was damaged at school, where the teacher, the principal, they know what happened. Certainly if it was off campus, we'd certainly listen to the parents and what they had to say.
I think it comes down
Case
to, was
by
it
case.
thrown out the bus window?
Right.
Or was it,
Well, I understand
did
that.
the child accidentally drop it?
Absolutely.
I mean, that's the,
I think where I'm coming from is I have gotten calls related to something specific as this. So that's why I'm asking if you have extras and then this company is supplying you with one to replace the one, charging that family $350 is wrong, my opinion.
Well, what you're saying is, we have insurance on it, but we're still charging them through $350? Is that what you're saying?
For negligence.
Depending on the circumstance as to how it was
They're using it
damaged
as a
or
piece.
lost.
No, but it doesn't cost us anything. We're not out any money, but we're charging them?
Well-
I think that's what he's getting at. I'm
The
concerned
agreements,
about that.
all the accidental agreements have a maximum number. They're not going to replace every single device.
Right.
So if you have cases where children could damage it accidentally, and then if a child just keeps, I'm just gonna smash it up, or play Will It Blend with an industrial blender and see what'll happen to the device. Those are cases where the school as an administration, technology does not get into the discipline game. The school administration works with the family and says, okay, this is, you have to determine what is appropriate here. And we need to make sure that our policies are written in such a way that if a child is deliberately damaging something, that we're able to say, you're responsible for the damage that you caused.
It's if I may, Madam Chair,
Yes.
it's really also
Clear.
a system of accountability and expectation for the student, for the families. And like Mr. Eklund said, lost devices as well, that we ensure that, there is a system of accountability to return the devices. And if a family doesn't return a device, there would be a cost that's incurred as a result of that, as part of that, as it would be for any other item that might be something that the student's responsible for.
I completely agree with what you're saying. My thing is you're getting a replacement. Let me ask you this, Dr. Eklund. How many times will this company replace? Is there a maximum number of devices?
Yeah, it's 2% of the fleet over the life.
What?
We might go back and look at, if you lose your issued math book and it's $85, then I'm assuming it always was, and I'm assuming it still is, you replace the $85 textbook.
I'd rather pay 85 than 350.
Well, true, but you
Yeah.
hopefully are taking care of your laptop too. One of the things we had to point out too, and this is a matter for Raleigh, is that because our textbook funds have been depleted so significantly, we don't have the money to put into as many textbooks as we would like, and textbooks are not so readily available anymore.
That's correct, Madam Chair. And in previous presentations, we can certainly share this back out with the board again. There was actually a law passed that requires digital learning resources. And when the General Assembly passed that law, they also reduced our textbook funding because the assumption was that would be cost less. If you go back to that law and you go back and look at the percentage of textbook funding we got prior to that, it's roughly a 40% reduction in the textbook funding that we got prior to that versus to what we get today. So that is correct. There is an expectation that you're using those digital learning resources, whether that be as a replacement for textbooks or whether that be for other things. But that's definitely something we can bring back out and share with the board in another way.
Let me also say just one thing, and I'll give it over to you, David. If we're reducing our textbooks by 40%, hopefully we would be able to take the 60% and skew it to the lower grades and maybe have the fewer textbooks in the higher grades. That's what I think a lot of parents would like to see, or something like that. Well, I can't tell you how to physically run the schools day to day. That's your wheelhouse. I'm just talking about something to think about.
Yes, sir. And we do plan ahead with those textbook funds and the replacements that we're going to need across all grade levels. We have to. But certainly we invest heavily in our K-5 and our literacy resources. And that is a priority for us and will continue to be.
Okay.
Thank you. David, you have something?
Yes, I have one more question for Mr. Eklund and then just an observation for the chair. So the let's say we did go to a 2-to-1 ratio of Chromebooks for 2 through 5 or whatever grades this is. Would you save any positions if you had 2,000 less Chromebooks?
I think you'd still have, we are well below the recommended technology needs. I think this is a statewide issue in terms of support levels, and it goes across all levels, nursing and all those kind of support
Yeah, you're saying you don't
levels.
have enough people as it is.
Yeah. But I couldn't say that this would just fix our problems, that the support need is still there. And I think in terms of, you would still have a school and
Right.
a whole series of students to support. So you're not just talking about devices to support, you're also talking about a school and teachers and
Right.
students and the accounts that they have to support. So devices is not a fix to say we have all these support needs across our grade levels. It
Okay.
is, we support technology across all grade levels.
Understand. So, Madam Chair, here's my big overarching observation on this is this is a strategic plan issue, and that's why we're getting bogged down on this. I almost brought this up when the iPads came up, But A, I realized it was a philosophical strategic plan discussion, and two, that was 100% covered by federal grants. And so it was like, oh, you know, whatever. But when we discuss our strategic, and the other issue, we can't hold everything up waiting for a strategic plan. I realize that also. But when we get to our strategic plan, Madam Chair, one of the things we really need to discuss is what is the appropriate use of technology in our lower grades. And I think as a board, we need to have a discussion and hopefully come to some consensus so that the central office does know, hey, look, the board wants us to reduce technology in these grades, and then they can react to current, you know. But we got to make decisions in the meantime, and I'm not unilaterally making that decisions. I just think that is worthy of a discussion in our strategic plan.
Well noted. Any other comments, questions? Thank you, Dr. Powers, Kent, and Mr. Herring. We appreciate you for coming. Board members, we're going to get to one more agenda item on standard day schedule prior to lunch break. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, ma'am. This is, Dr. Powers is remaining with us to present to the board our next school year standard day schedule. Per board policy, the board approves the standard day schedule. Very minor tweaks, I believe, Dr. Powers, from this current year. And he's to present that very briefly to you, and certainly would recommend that the board approve this next Monday. Dr. Powers?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So again, this is the standard day schedule for next school year, 2022-23. We bring this to you annually for your review and approval. The school day schedule must consist of no less than 6 hours of actual instructional time, as well as an 8-hour workday for staff. Just to give you an idea, some of the things that are included as a part of the schedule are the student and teacher start and end times for each school, the beginning and end time for lunch rotations, and estimated bus unloading and route completion times. You'll see on the schedule, all of our schools are listed, broken down by elementary, middle, and high schools. The times in the red are the adjustments that were made in the schedule this year, and again, these were all very minor adjustments by basically no more than 5 or 10 minutes, and just to meet the specific needs of each school site and what they needed. So I'll bring that to you and be happy to do my best to answer any questions you may have.
I had a question.
Uh,
I have a question.
Okay.
The one that I was interested in was Northmore, and I noticed that it's going to be starting a little bit earlier than Union Pines and Pinecrest, and I think they'd been on the same schedule previously. How does that affect them with the Sandhills classes that students may be taking? Does it help them getting to the classes because they're on the road a little bit earlier, or
You're talking
why
about
was that change made?
the instructional day start time?
Mm-hmm.
The instructional day at Northmore starts at 8:30. They have done that traditionally there, so that wasn't a change for this year.
Oh, I thought
Bus
I noted.
arrival time.
That's breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh,
Breakfast starts-
okay, I
yeah, that's
misread
right.
that
Yeah,
then,
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Let me-
Bob?
Yes, let me ask, you know, we start our elementary schools at 7:30, our middle schools at 8 o'clock, our high schools at 8:30. Is this because of bus scheduling that we have to do this? Because I know I've gotten some complaints about the starting at 7:30 for elementary schools. It is very early, so maybe there's an answer there.
It is. You know, we are short bus drivers, and we have bus drivers that run multiple routes, so they'll drive the elementary route first, drop off, and then run the high school route, which is why we have an early start time in elementary and a later start time in high school. And Union Pines and Pinecrest start at 8:45, Northmore starts at 8:30.
If I could add to that just a little bit, Dr. Powers, if I may, it's really that we do utilize a tiered schedule, and we revised our bus routing years ago to utilize that tiered schedule.
Right.
So a bus driver could run multiple routes on that tiered schedule. There are other districts that use that as well, but we got into that several years ago, and certainly could always give some more information around that if needed.
I would hope that we would give some consideration to starting elementary schools later when and if the pool of bus drivers and maybe the availability of buses expands, which I'd expect to happen over the next couple of years. Obviously, we can't do it this year, and probably not next year, but just something to think about, because parents are a little concerned about having to get their kids up so early for elementary schools.
I've actually
And
had
I've
the other.
had parents, the flip side
I was
of
just gonna
that,
say, I
to
had that
where
too.
they appreciate the early start so they can drop their children off on their way to work,
Yeah,
so.
I was just gonna say that. I had a few
Yeah,
complaining
because
about that.
I have heard several early work parents say, the new schedule works out awesome for me, so.
I had some that even wanted it earlier for breakfast so they can drop their kid off for
Yeah.
breakfast, so.
Any other comments, questions?
I have a question on the high school schedules. So, why do we not require our high school students to take full schedules whether or not they've met the requirements for graduation?
That's a topic for another
I was
day.
getting
That's
ready to
not this.
say,
Okay.
with regard to bus routes, we can certainly have that
Okay.
as a follow-up item if you would like.
Yeah,
Dave.
I really am curious
Okay.
as a parent of recent high school graduates.
Okay.
And granted, COVID was going on and
Okay.
then kind of the hybrid, you know,
Okay.
but I just,
And your specific question was, why don't we?
why do we not require high school students to take a full schedule of classes, even if they've met the requirements for graduation? And
Okay.
it seems to me that as long as you're on a glide path to meet the requirements for graduation, you don't have to take a full schedule.
Okay,
And I may be wrong on that, but I saw a lot of teenagers hanging out in my house half the day that were Pinecrest students.
okay. And that's something that, Dr. Locklear, we can put as a separate item at some point and talk about?
We could do some primer information in a board update and
Yeah.
then bring it
And
to a
that
work
board
session if
update
needed.
might be fine.
Sure.
Okay,
just
so
we
we'll just
educate
do
the
that
board.
in a board update.
Thank you, sir. Yep.
Okay. So at this time, thank you, Dr. Powers, for your update on our bus schedule and starting school schedule. We are we're at lunch, we're at a good place because I'm sure there will be lots of discussion and questions around the purchase of property at our West End Elementary School. So we're gonna take a 30-minute break, is that good? Allow you time to get up and stretch and eat, and then we will come back at 12:30. Thank you. We will call our work session back to order. At this time, we will go into our next agenda item, which is North Carolina Department of Transportation, offer to purchase property at West End Elementary School. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Ms. Baraff is here to share an overview of this item to the board. It is a complex issue, which is why we tried to get some information out as soon as we could to the board for your review. This is part of the NCDOT widening project on Highway 211 that will go through West End. That would take approximately, this is part of them offering to purchase the right-of-way area for that project before they proceed with condemnation and take that area. So Ms. Baraff is going to give an overview of that and certainly be open to questions as we walk through and discuss this acquisition of property. Looks like he's trying to get the right map up here. All right, John.
I want to get a very complicated drawing up there that no one can read.
Yeah.
Member Holmes is just,
Thank you for that.
Actually, the cartoon map on the DOT website is much, well, okay.
yeah.
There's
That it
an easier
is.
map to read, is what I'm trying to say.
That's
Show us
all right.
where the flagpole is that you're removing, that's all I need to know.
Mr. Baraff.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So as he introduced, this is part of their widening project that they are, next phase they're implementing, which will pick up where they left off on West End and take it out to Holly Grove Church Road, or Holly Grove School Road. So in order to accommodate it, they had some restrictions on right-of-way. One being on the opposite side of 211 is the railway line. So they can't encroach any further into that. So they have a need to encroach for right-of-way, construction easements, utility easements, and temporaries onto the West End school property. Staff, along with school principal, we met with NCDOT representatives out there at the school site to walk through the extent of the markings of what would be the impact to it, where the right-of-ways would be, and where the curb and gutter would be for the new roadways. The project does include a left turn lane that will be for any vehicles that are eastbound to turn into the front of the school. This is primarily used for buses in the mornings and in the afternoons, as well as for some small staff counts. Majority of parents and staff will always enter off of Love Grove Church Road when they come into queue for pickup and drop off in the morning. This will maintain a safe separation of activities between parents for pickup drop off and buses for pickup drop off. The current roadway, the pavement as it exists, is approximately 88 feet from the face of the school building. With the proposed changes by NCDOT, this distance will be reduced to approximately 65 feet. And again, the largest volume of vehicles will be for pickup drop-off and staff parking coming off of Love Grove Church Road. And as I mentioned, the predominant number of vehicles coming in and exiting here will be strictly buses, administration, and some school staff. This whole design, you'll see there's a stacking left turn lane on the upper left corner that'll come into the school property. Will not, in the opinion of the engineers and DOT, have any queuing that'll back up and block traffic on NCDOT 211. We reviewed the submitted documents and expressed some concerns to NCDOT about some of the additional stormwater runoff that they had in their original design, that it was coming uncontrolled across our property at the school site. We had meetings with the project engineers and discussions, and they revised the stormwater management plan that addressed all of our concerns. There's a lot of maps, and as Member Hensley noted, They're in there. There's a lot of documents. There's the NCO DOT site linked for this project where you can see the entire scale of the project and scope of work, as well as a lot of drawings, as well as the appraisals that were done for the acquisition of the property. Now, there are two different parcels here that the school owns. One is the main big parcel that we're all familiar with. It has the school, the ball field on it, all that there. And just to the north, to the right in this case, number 61, that is a Moore County School property as well. I don't know the full history of that site.
Another cemetery, I thought we got
I was just thinking,
Yeah,
another
another
cemetery.
I was just thinking the same.
Yeah.
This property was never identified in our documentation of our facilities and our properties. It was always the property to the left with the 60 on it. That was always identified. However, DOT, doing their due diligence on title search and ownership and deed, went back and concluded, and we had council also review the same information and come to the same conclusion that property 61 is indeed Moore County Schools property. So
The church
we
has
have
been using
two
it.
separate offers
How do we
here.
acquire cemetery?
So we have two separate offers for the property, one for the main property and a separate offer for that portion right there. So on the main school property, it's for a total of just under 1.2 acres of right-of-way. That's along the entire length, because remember, West End property is very linear. And so it butts all along 211 there, so it's a long area. Just under 1 acre is, additional 1 acre will be for easements. About a quarter acre for temporary construction. So that is summarized in the deeds and in the appraisal documents that are supporting this. You'll see all that in there. The smaller property is looking for about 1/10 of an acre for right-of-way extension over there. The appraised value of the properties combined was about $128,250. Based on our current market environment for properties, we engaged with NCDOT to express our concerns that the value is lower than it should be. A little back and forth, and they increased their offer from $128,000 up to $145,500 as the cap before they will commence with condemnation of the property. So throughout the board's process here in evaluating all this information that's provided, the board also has the opportunity, should it desire, to seek its own appraisal of the property, and we can begin a process of seeking qualifications from appraisers to bring them forward to do it. As part of the project of widening, they don't relocate items for owners. They pay owners for the items, and then the owners can go and relocate them. So we have a monumental sign that sits out in front of the school that has to be pulled back and relocated, a flagpole, and there's a wood, wood, not even picket fence along the roadway there, which is more decorative than anything else. So it'd be approximately around $10,000 to relocate all these items and put them in a new place. I would anticipate we'd probably damage the flagpole when we try to relocate it, so we would put a new flagpole out there. And then most of the wood fence would be a similar situation. We'd probably have to get new post supports, but the rails could be reused for something like that. And the sign should be able to move without damage to it. So if I find where I dropped it here, this is complicated to read. There's the face of the existing school building coming across there. This is the existing roadway up here. And so it's going to move to right here. So all the distance at the current road far side against the rail line is here existing, and that's where it's going to stay for the new. So the expansion has to come towards the school site in this situation here. So the additional right-of-way being purchased comes down to this where the RW dark line comes across here. This is for the right-of-way. There's temporary easements for construction and for some utilities that are along the entire property. that are identified in this drawing. If you would scroll so I can see left, or wait, go to the previous drawing. And scroll in to the right side, or zoom in to the right side. There you go. So the existing road is right here. Right now, traffic coming towards the north, towards the west, comes and turns in to the parking lot there. It's actually blocking me. Right, the improvement of adding the 2 lanes down here, this becomes your new edge of pavement and gutter along here. Traffic heading towards Pinehurst has a dedicated left turn lane to stack vehicles that would turn in right here, so buses and any admin staff and the few in the front would come in there. This would be any traffic heading towards West End would turn right into the parking lot there. So it's one entry. This has always kind of been one direction flow, so it's enter only. And if you go back to the previous drawing. There you go. It is exit only on the far end here for traffic. There's a bulb turn for any traffic that has to cross to turn left, and it's a easy right turn and flow coming straight out onto the traffic there, into the traffic, heading the same direction there. Only vehicles that come down to the back of the site here are those that are typically with exceptional need. Children to come in and have the time they need to pick up, drop off with the programs back there, and the kitchen deliveries are on the other side. So those deliveries would come in. There wouldn't be any other large vehicles that would enter the site from the front here. So there's a lot of information in here. When you go through it, you'll see in their appraisal summary sheets where they talk about right-of-way, construction easement, temporary easement, public utility easements, and they break them all out. As Member Hensley noted, there also is a color-coded overall plan where a certain color represents right-of-way, a certain color represents temporary, and a certain color represents public utility easements, which is kind of easy to say. I just wanted to talk through the detail, really,
Right.
which is the concern is the front of the school
Right.
in that front parking lot, and just have everyone understand how it works, what it's going to look like, and what the impact changes would be.
Thank you, John. Board members, you had an opportunity, if you so desire to stop and pick up all the materials prior to the weekend so that you could go through and take a look at that. If you haven't, I would suggest that you do that, because this will be a pending action item for our Monday meeting. But the first question obviously that comes to all of our minds is, do we still have a safe environment and a safe drop-off zone to and from our school for our students and our staff? That's the first question that comes to everybody's mind that's sitting at this table. And the answer to that is?
My response to that would be that, yes, based off of the traffic engineers that put this design and layout together, that is their areas of specialty, to make sure there's maintained safety of crossing of traffic, knowing that buses and vehicles are coming in there with vehicle counts current and projected, with their 10 and 20-year forecasts. They all still come in. They still come into the front parking lot. There is no conflict with traffic in the front parking lot for bus drop-off and pickup in the morning and the afternoon. And they still come out and exit. On-site circulation does not change. All the parents and a majority of staff are still coming off of the side street where the traffic light is over on the southeast side. So that does not create any conflict right there with that.
Okay, and so from your initial statement, you indicated there would be a turning lane for eastbound traffic for buses to be able to take a left turn into the school parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And what about our buses that are coming and going westbound? Will there be like a drive lane before you get to the turnoff, like a easement that gives them an opportunity to get off of the flow of traffic, get in that lane, and then get turned? You know what I'm saying?
Yep, it's called a de-acceleration lane
Okay,
in DOT terms, and they did not recommend one be installed here at this situation. So they felt that the traffic coming on the roadway is light enough where it's not gonna be impacted with vehicles stacking and coming behind it in heavy traffic.
that may be a
Now,
concern.
if you pull up the previous map, previous page. Keep Charlie moving here. Okay, perfect. Was that, in their opinion, that the right lane being used for straight and turn with the second lane being the continued traffic lane was what they had decided. Now, in also response to that, could it be done? There is the opportunity that they could put in a de-acceleration lane. It would push the easements and things further into the
Into the
property.
building, yeah.
Well, not into the building, it would push it into the hard surface, what used to be tennis courts and is used by EC programs at hard surface play area and for students when it's wet. It would cut into that area quite a bit down there. But again, I'm not a traffic engineer. I have to rely on those that it's what they do to tell me if it's required, and their response in our early discussions was it was not required to have a de-acceleration lane.
And obviously, there will be no stoplight anywhere in that particular area because of the traffic pattern, obviously still going, what, 60, 65? What would, will it still be 45 in that zone?
In that zone.
Okay.
Well, we don't know that because.
It's gonna be
Once they make it a 4-lane divided highway, they're gonna change the speed limits. We do know that that will be a school zone.
Yeah.
Because it abuts the school property.
Yeah.
But outside of school zone flashing hours, I bet the speed limit's gonna be increased.
I think it's gonna be 55,
Okay,
but the school zone, as she mentioned, will most likely be 45 across
Okay.
here.
Will it be a school zone?
It abuts the property, so those are designated school zones.
So it has
The-
to be.
The discussion we had regarding Aberdeen was
right. And,
Eligible.
school property did not
That's my
abut
point.
the
Yeah.
roadway.
and so hypothetical, if we ask for the right, acceleration lane, we have no additional property that we could help with EC. I mean, basically, we're landlocked. We have nothing that we could provide our EC students if we did something with their area or the tennis courts. I mean, basically, we would be out and we couldn't replace it with anything else on the property.
It'd just be shortened, you'd lose a portion of it. In all likelihood, across here, you'd still have some area for that, you just lose a portion of it. And also, since it's not in their engineering and solutions, I would have to talk to them about burden of cost of putting a de-acceleration in, if it's theirs, or if they would ask us that if we request it and they deem it's not necessary, but yet we want it, would that be a burden for the board? So I'd have to engage with them to
Understand.
get some clarity. I don't
Yeah.
want to give misinformation to the
Right,
board, so
Right,
between now and our meeting next week, I could reach out to them and ask that question.
okay.
And just to respond to that, I don't think the de-acceleration lane is really necessary there because they're not using one now. The buses, there's only 2 buses and they both turn in there. And with because it will then be 4-lane, it would be the slower traffic lane turning in there. My concern is more those buses getting out and making that left-hand turn,
To the
which they have to do,
eastbound.
because I do it along with them when I go out there to volunteer. And it's hard enough with the 2 lanes of traffic, but with the 4 lanes,
I don't know if you're gonna be
It-
able to do that.
it's tough getting out, if the traffic is heavy.
See, the,
So-
the blue thing right there, isn't that a,
That's the entry right now.
They just need to build us a new school.
oh, that's the entry right now.
David,
This
I was thinking it
expansion
was one of
is unacceptable.
Those bumps.
go,
I was just jumping to my conclusion.
and that would be great. That would be great for a brand-new school. We need a new school at West End.
Go ahead a little bit so I can see the
If
far
I,
side of the
when,
road.
Go ahead.
Yep, perfect.
with your comment.
Ideally, when school got out, we'd have a Moore County Sheriff's Department there for the 5 minutes it takes for those 2 school buses to pull out. And that's all it would be, but I know that that's a request that they're not likely to regularly do.
oh, the sheriff's department will do it. The sheriff's department does it for the charter school. Can you pull up the agenda item for this, please? I want to pull up a slightly different, chart that it's just easier to brief from, because you can see the whole, thing. So if you go back to the agenda, the page for this agenda item, please. And there's a link to the, VDOT right there, yeah, DOT. And then it's map, B2.
Bingo.
You saw my battleship. Yep, B2 up one, right there. Yep. And if you don't mind me approaching the,
Okay.
so, may I approach the bench? You just roll in a little bit, just kind of make this area right here, Charlie, from like here over. So you will note, I thought this whole, so you gotta keep in mind, the Department of Transportation, the people who work there, they're good people, they're professionals, they're traffic engineers, but they're adversarial to us in this. Their job is to get a road built as inexpensively as possible while meeting certain criteria. They're not in our court, right? They're adversarial to us. I had this same thing when they were widening 211 in front of my corporate headquarters. And it was the exact same situation. My buildings in Polk County are the most expensive buildings on that side of the road.
You might
And
need
they
a
were
microphone.
trying to do to me what they were doing here. If you look across the road,
Do you need a microphone? Can people hear you think?
I'm not sure, I can just grab this wireless one. So again, as I noticed, oh, you're doing that so you can zoom in. Yeah, you had to download it. So anyway, as I was saying, I had this same thing in 211 in Hope County where my corporate headquarters was. There's a road, and then there's my buildings, and then they decide to build the expansion lane between the existing lanes and my buildings. Well, you look on the other side of the road, there's nothing but farmland. And I said, okay, if you're gonna take half my land, you're just gonna buy my buildings, and here's $7 million, and you've got them. Well, they moved the road to the other side where it should have been all along, right? And if you look here, so I'm gonna talk about 2 things here, and it's much more, it's just higher up than, so if you look, this dips down and then comes up. If you look across 211, there's nothing there but empty land. Now, this is made more complicated by a railroad. And for some reason, they never want to mess with railroads, so I suspect there's some sort of federal law or whatever. But you see where the railroad dips down? I would think the railroad would want this to go straight across as well. So what I really don't understand, and then I'm going to tie it into something else, what I don't understand is rather than take half of our property in front of our school, why they don't just take the opportunity to straighten out the railroad, straighten out the road, and leave our school alone and let us have our approaches and our safety and all that. So that would be the first thing I would say, we're not giving you 1 foot of our property because you should just build over there where there's all that undeveloped road. But if you haven't noticed, our schools are already precariously, and I would say perhaps dangerously close to the road. You want to cut that 50%, I don't care what you say, You're gonna build a 4-lane divided highway, there's gonna be growth, there's gonna be subdivisions, there's gonna be expansion. This road's just gonna get busier and busier and busier, and we're gonna end up with this school, 55 feet, was it? 15 yards?
65,
55 feet.
65.
65 feet, okay, 20 yards from this busy 2-lane, 4-lane divided highway is gonna be our school. We've got safety, we've got sound, we've got cars queuing, we've got school buses pulling out. What I would say is, if you're gonna build the road on this side of on the school side of 211, you are building us a new school, because we find it unacceptable, and you're just going to have to, you've got Department of Highway, you've got 3 options. You can either just not widen this, you can do your expansion on the other side, which would actually give us more of a safety of margin, because it would actually increase it, and we could probably end up with that land, or you're gonna build us a new school. And by the way, I'm pretty sure that we could just build a new school right here, and when the new school, compliments of the North Carolina Department of Transportation, is built, then this becomes our ball field. But what we need to do is we need to look and we need to scour rules and regulations and figure out if there is a single state or federal law that makes this expansion, makes our school not compliant with offsets of new schools. And if it is, if there is some regulation that says this expansion would not be allowed for a new school, it's an offset, it's a turning lane, it's I heard all about our new schools, how they had to have all this queuing place. You had to be able to do all your queuing in here. This is no different than when you revise a building. When you revise a building, you gotta bring it up to new codes, right? So I think we can make a perfectly good argument to the State Department of Transportation. By the way, keep in mind that our state senator is the chair of the Department of Transportation Committee. That's the advantage of having senior people as your representatives, because as the county who is the chair of the Department of Transportation represents us, if we make that request, it's gonna be taken seriously. It will be entertained. So I would say we look into, when they build this other lane here, does it fully comply with all the standards of new school siding? If not, then we tell the DOT, you've got 4 choices. You can not widen it, you can widen it over here, you can build us a new school, and this might be acceptable, or 4, we will see you in court specifically as to whether you're endangering our faculty, staff, and students by trying to put a 4-lane divided highway less than 60 feet from our existing school. That's all.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else have any comments or questions?
Well, and Philip and I were just actually talking about this too, but don't they have like eminent domain where they can actually take it without paying us?
Well, it's a condemnation procedure which they would go file. And I don't know how it works from governing entity to another governing entity. I would defer that to legal counsel to respond to.
Because
The U.S. Constitution says you cannot take land, or you cannot take property without just compensation. So they have to compensate us. The question is, how much? I like Mr. Hensley's proposal, and I think maybe you could assign a committee with Mr. Hensley to go with Mr. Barath and try to deal with this and maybe report back to us. The other thing that I would suggest is that through council, and I underline through council, we probably need to have the land appraised. And the reason why I say it should be appraised through council is that if it comes back less, I want that protected by the attorney-client privilege. If it comes back more, we'll show it to them, and it comes back more. And if Mr. Hensley's plan, which I think I prefer, doesn't come back to us, then we can maybe get some more money for it.
Well, one thing I forgot to include, when I called them up, super nice people, and I just said, look at the map, you dip down, there's undeveloped land here, you dip down and you're gonna like do this. And like I said, I just said, $7 million, you just take all my buildings and that's it. They built the road on the other side where it should have been all along. So it was just a matter of standing up and saying, no, I'm not gonna do this.
I just think we need to look into those, because I don't know, in my head, I think that they can actually they could technically say, we're paying you this and it's getting done. But that could just be something I learned in real estate, and I don't know about government to government.
The way
So-
condemnation is, sure, they can condemn it, but you can go to court. And they have to, as Bob said, per the Constitution, they can't just take it, they have to make you whole. Well, the negotiations so far that Mr. Brath has engaged in is making us whole, is they're just taking that 1 acre and we're going to accept this perhaps dangerous situation or situation, whether it's noise in the classroom,
Yeah.
noise in the temporary trailer, safety with buses, anything that would endanger our students, they can't do that. And my guess is they know they can't do that if it indeed causes a safety issue or loss of learning due to road noise or whatnot.
Yeah, and my safety issue too would be just that where the buses come and have to cross the 4-lane now to go into the school. I mean, I would feel like we would need a light there, because I think the buses would be waiting there for a very long time, especially if traffic starts getting, like you said, crazy.
And everything from what they offer up to and including a brand-new school is up for negotiation. Maybe the solution is traffic's rerouted through those woods behind the, okay, that can be part of our negotiations for paying for this.
Or
John, tell me, what is our turnaround dates for having to have some type of follow-up back with DOT?
I
Did they
didn't
give
get an
you a date?
explicit date, but they said that should the board not accept their offer at this time, at some point here, they would file for condemnation.
Okay.
If I may, Madam Chair, I think this certainly needs to be a topic we have on the, for availability for attorney-client consultation at the closed session Monday.
Okay.
I think we could have that, and then coming out of that, the board might choose to do something, come out of that
Okay.
consultation.
And what I would suggest is we have a legislative committee, okay? And that is David and Bob, and of course Ed is our chair. So I would say that, for you guys to get together and contact our representative to see if there is anything that he suggests. I mean, he's over, as David said, the transportation, so follow up with him and let us hear back on possibly what he suggests. And go ahead.
I would recommend that we have our attorneys look at this. Let's find out, what David asked the question about.
Yeah.
Constitutionally, what's required of schools.
Yeah.
So when we talk to somebody, we know what we're talking about.
We can do that on Monday. We can follow up on Monday and have information. In the meantime, Dr. Locklear, you have initial discussions so that when Jason comes on Monday, he knows some of the dialogue that we've had today, and he will be able to respond based upon law with regard to having this interaction with two different governmental entities, okay?
Well, I think Harrington Smith has other experts too that might help Jason out that are specifically for this type of.
And Jason should be able to have a referral with it, if he has another partner.
Yes, ma'am, and John works with other attorneys there
Okay.
at Clarendon Smith.
Okay.
With this type of thing, so we'll make sure.
Okay.
If he hasn't already, that we're running that down and make sure we have
Okay.
as much information as possible on Monday.
All right, so at this time, we will follow up with this particular item, and we will hear from our attorneys on Monday. John, if there is follow-up that you possibly could do to get a sense of what the extreme deadline is before they feel like they need to proceed with condemnation. That would be helpful to see where we are with that, and know what kind of time frame we're working with. And then we can follow up after some updates on Monday.
And
So-
if that's gonna be a short period of time, then we can work with Tom again and stuff.
Exactly.
Take care of
Okay.
that matter.
And
Okay.
one other thing.
Okay.
Maybe our IT people can take that snippet that Mr. Hensley just presented, and because I think it's really, really good, and send it to our attorneys and have them take a look at it, because that really, in 5 minutes, that says it all, really. I mean, if that can be, I don't know if that can be excised and done.
Yeah.
I would sure that'd be part of the process.
Yeah, because they'll have access to all those also through the link in here, because there's that property as well as the adjacent one too.
And that was gonna be my last question is, with the adjacent property that's next to the church, right? What is, I mean, all of it is part of this deal, right? To where we will rectify us owning that, and what will be the follow-up with that, with plots and
There
graves?
isn't anything to rectify, the board does own that property. That was
Okay.
the conclusion.
Okay,
So it is board-owned property. The only thing is, it's broken into two separate deeds because there's one for each property. So that's why in your packet, you have the main property and then the smaller property.
okay. So is there, at this point in time, as far as us now finding out that we own that property, do we need to do anything with the church, have conversation,
No,
or?
the church is no longer there,
Okay,
so.
okay, all right, all right.
How large a cemetery is it?
There's a cemetery?
Yeah, we
Yes.
own two, right, well, we did own two.
On the back of the, towards the back of
You
the
guys weren't
property
kidding.
there, there's a
Well, there is
cemetery
people
area.
there.
Was
Okay.
that at one time the church's cemetery?
Assuming so.
That's,
I mean, you know what I
members
mean?
of the church, I believe, are entered into the ground there. So I presume so, and I just think over the many, many, many years of the property out there, it was one of those creep areas where the church just kind of grew over there, not realizing where the property was.
Hopefully, there's no one buried there.
There are some headstones in the
Stones.
back there.
I was
This
getting
does
ready to
not
say there's
survey the
three.
exact locations,
There's
but
three. Yeah,
I'm gonna start selling plots out front.
So-
Actually,
Maybe
we
we
could
get some
make
more income.
money leasing that out to a mortuary. I'm actually only halfway, I'm actually sort of serious. If you lease it out to a mortuary, and let the mortuary take a portion
Conflict.
of the proceeds or something like
It's
that.
conflict of
That can be
interest.
very valuable property
Yeah.
if it's zoned for that. It's income, whatever it is.
any additional comments or
I got one more
questions?
question about this property. So those ISF classrooms, that's the temporary, is that the two temporary classrooms?
yes, those are the mobile classroom units.
Okay, so by knowing now that we have more property over there to the right, does that mean we'd have room to remove those classrooms and possibly construct another building if we ever needed to? Because I know you've
Oh.
looked very carefully at what was available at each of the schools. Would that give us room to
To a
enlarge if we
point, I
needed
mean,
to?
where those buildings sit, you could add on to the existing school, a short
Mhm.
4 classroom addition maybe where those sit. But I still need to maintain a roadway around to the back for fire department access and first responder access.
Mhm.
So I can't block off that drive that comes all the way around the back. And also, that's how we access our septic field on the back of the site.
Okay, David, you had a question.
Yeah, so, we'll talk about this septic field different, because that brings up a whole nother issue, actually. No, seriously, with the road and all, because that could be future septic expansion. So that's another option they took away. That, by the way, that's how I won my little thing. I'm like, what if I have to expand my septic? You took away, right? So there's many issues to discuss here. But I just looked up that plot 61 on the GIS, and first of all, that is not first of all, that's not the shape of that parcel on the GIS. I know that there's frequently, well, actually, there's rarely inconsistencies. And it does not show us as the owner of that. And it
Correct.
must have turned up in a title search that the GIS was wrong. But it still shows a church there on the satellite imagery from a couple years ago. So, but really my big question is, how much more property do we own that we don't know that we own? And how do we find out?
Let me respond to two parts to that very
Okay,
quickly
yeah.
here. And we could do the rest on another update, maybe the monthly update as it goes along. The church is not there because the right-of-way and everything goes through the church, building
Oh,
itself.
okay, yeah.
So they took their offer and they're gone,
Got it.
just like that.
Yeah, because do they own the property they took the money for, which is another question.
Just for their building, because their impact was going to be
It
to the
was in fact
structure.
there.
It wasn't to the property, it was to the building.
Yeah.
So the second part, you asked, how much property out what we don't need? Well, recently, we discovered archives in bags of deeds of properties to Moore County schools, and we've begun going through those to archive them, scan them, and file them so we can track and know exactly which properties the board has. Some of it dates back to the late 1700s. So we are in the process of going through all those to identify and confirm with our property accounting information we do have that, yes, that is for this property, it matches up, done. St. Elmo's Farm Life, done. And
Right.
go through the properties in that order. So that's a long process. It's gonna take maybe another 2 to 3 months to wrap it all up, to conclude it. So I'll be happy to keep you informed of our progress along the way should we
Yeah.
discover any anomalies.
John, I think there's one, I think a ballpark in Southern Pines, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
Memorial Park.
Is it
One-
Memorial
Any
Park is
additional questions
Memorial
about,
Fields.
Memorial
about West End at this time? We still have
I-
several things we have to get
I
through today.
do have one note. I would hope, John, that you would just make a note that if we do go along with their proposals or whatever, and I know we haven't decided any of that, that we do need a guarantee for a school zone. Maybe we're eligible for one, but I would like for DOT to say, yes, we are gonna put as part of our plan, a school zone with the lights and the light to slow down that traffic.
I think we do qualify for that because it's a main access.
No,
point to the
I know
school,
that
isn't
we
it?
qualify for it. The question is, are they going to do it? That's the
Yes,
question.
we need that, what Bob's saying, is
Yeah.
we need to negotiate that up front. In exchange for us, as part of the deal, you're gonna put up school zones, there's gonna be flashing lights, that whatever we want, we need to demand as part of this negotiation.
Can do.
I think Tom can help
In
us
so
there,
many
too.
instances, we've learned that if we don't ask and have things done up front, trying to react later after the fact, it just doesn't get done,
And
so.
then another question to ask, who's gonna harvest all those pine trees they're gonna have to take down along the road and benefit from having them hauled off and sold?
I know a guy.
It really even come out.
Part of the compensation of what they consider anything vertical, above grade, basically, as improvements, is included in their, I think it was,
And their appraisal?
yeah, $22,400. So
For the
that was
trees.
included the trees that they have to remove.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you so much. Keep us
You're welcome.
updated, John. We'll talk a little bit more about this from a legal perspective on Monday, get some more answers, and we'll make a decision at some point. As far as our agenda for Monday, from our pending action, discussion items from today, item A, 3A will be consent. Item 3B, I have as a vote unless board members feel that with removal of the one policy, that we can put that as a consent. How do you feel?
I wanted to do action on that.
Okay, so that's why
Wasn't-
I put vote.
Yeah, I think,
Okay.
wasn't there one thing in, I think, voluntary I think we're gonna take voluntary out. Is that
Okay.
right?
Okay, so we will review that and we'll take action on that. The EC contracts, I have consent. Out-of-state field trips, I have consent. Student device refresh, I have vote. Standard day schedule, I have consent. And obviously, we will take action and vote on the property at West End. Also, board members note that there will be a placeholder item for our follow-up and action on nomination of our Sand Hills Community College trustee at our Monday night meeting. So that's a placeholder. Any questions?
You know, I just have one. I guess I'm gonna try this one more time, and I don't think we need to discuss it pro and con. Maybe we just need to vote. I still believe, and I'm gonna make the motion, that we have our meeting at Southern Pines Elementary for next Monday, or such other place, such other school as the chair would designate, but that we not have it here, and that we allow the public to be part of that.
I'll vote with you if you have it at Carthage.
Indeed,
After
I would,
motion.
I'll make that amendment, please. Yes, that's
Okay.
so moved.
Okay.
I second it.
Is there a second? All in favor of having our next board meeting, and Dr. Locklear, before we do this, comment from your perspective. I know our board meeting begins at 4, okay? With our staff, our children getting out of school, where is the best place in Carthage area to have a board meeting beginning at 4? Is it at the elementary school? Is it at Union Pines? From your perspective?
From my perspective, it would definitely be elementary school. They get out of school earlier. It gives us a little more time to clear that campus
Okay,
of students and student activities and come up with a plan for that.
okay,
Come up with a plan for any after-school care, anything that's going on to accommodate for that.
okay.
Of course, the first part of the meeting is a closed session, and so that allows for a little more flexibility for you might have additional audience members come.
Okay,
So I would definitely say Carthage Elementary School, and Dr. Metcalf can follow up on that. He's doing that as we speak.
okay.
And that's
So
in
he
the
can follow up on
auditorium?
that if the
That
board
would be
takes
in the
action
auditorium.
Right, that's
to
fine.
Okay.
have the meeting, the board votes to take action to have the meeting there. We can work towards making that happen.
Okay. And is your preference Carthage Elementary or New Century?
Carthage Elementary School.
Okay, all right, so, board members, we have a motion on the floor to have our Monday night board meeting at Carthage Elementary School at 4 o'clock. All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
The vote carries 4-3. So our Monday night meeting will be at Carthage Elementary School.
Madam Chair, I have a related topic. I don't think I'm gonna make a motion though, but I might. Let me just see how this goes. So, we were all, everyone except Philip, who was not at the county commissioners meeting where they discussed the budget?
Just Philip.
Yeah, I was
Just
about-
Philip. Everyone was there except Philip. And while I was at the county commissioners meeting, I was struck by a couple things. First of all, we were all there with the exception of one. The people in the audience, the citizens who attended, were almost exactly the same citizens that attend our meetings, down to the person on either side of the aisle. The county commissioners had one deputy on duty who was downstairs, wasn't even in the meeting room. So the county commissioners, with all of us in attendance, save one, felt the need to have one deputy downstairs reading a book, kind of haphazardly watching people go through wonderful person, but, for some reason, Moore County Schools feels the need to have 4 or so school resource officers in our meetings, either paying them overtime or taking away from them being in our schools. So I am hopeful that without a motion, that the superintendent and chair will decide that one SRO is more than enough for a school board meeting.
David, if you would allow Dr. Locklear to follow up with Chief Hardy
Right, that's why I'm not making a motion.
on that, and then Chief Hardy and Dr. Locklear, if you could decide.
Because, again, we're either paying those SROs overtime, or we're reducing the hours that they're in our schools protecting our faculty, staff, and students. And I personally would rather see them in our schools protecting our faculty, staff, and students.
Thank you.
I think with moving to a new location, though, I think we don't know who's gonna be there and how many people are gonna come. So I would feel better if we had more than just one.
Okay.
That
Well, I
does-
would just
that does
say,
throw a wrench in the plans.
Sorry. Madam Chair, definitely, I'll confer with Chief Hardy, and I'm gonna trust the recommendation of him.
Okay.
And what he recommends that we do, and, you know, the other thing, he can always make adjustments through the evening. You know, if we start the meeting and, you know, he says, well, I no longer need 6, or I no longer need 4, or whatever it is, please
Yeah.
go home, enjoy your family.
Okay.
He certainly does that, but I would also note that we try to do it in such a way where we're not impacting the school as best possible, either during the school day or in future days.
Okay. Next, we're moving on to our reports, information, discussion items. Our first item is our request for proposals for legal service. As you know, we are trying to reach out to have a new legal team. So Dr. Locklear will take the lead on this and share with us where we are in this search. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, ma'am, as you noted, at the end of March, our board attorney, Stanton Smith, notified us that they would no longer serve as our general counsel past June 30th, 2022. At the following work session, the board took action to put out a request for proposals for a new attorney moving past that date. We did move forward with that. The deadline for turning in proposals to be the Moore County Schools Board of Education's attorneys was Thursday, April 28th. At that deadline, the board and myself had received 3 proposals that included Sink Law, the Bro Law Firm, and Swartz Law. My recommendation, based on the fact that we've received these 3 proposals, is that if it meets the board's consensus, that I would move forward reaching out to these firms, schedule times as soon as we can put together for myself and appropriate staff members to meet with those firms, for them to share a brief presentation about the information and services they provide, what they don't provide, and to answer questions from appropriate staff members and myself, and that they also provide that to the board. That at your next board meeting in June, that we ask them to come and give a very brief 10, 15-minute presentation, and then respond to questions from the board to help us all make a better informed decision about what I might recommend to you and where you might eventually land with attorneys moving forward.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. And board members, Dr. Locklear and I have had ongoing discussions regarding our best next steps of securing a new legal service. And we both felt that it would be extremely helpful for Dr. Locklear and our senior admin team to just have an interview type session with each one of the firms who have submitted their RFP, and obviously we have various legal needs within our district. So he could have all of his team there to ask questions and to get a sense, and they would be able to provide their recommendation. And then obviously our board members would be able to meet and ask their own questions and come to their own conclusion as far as which firm that board members felt like that they would want to go forward with. So at this time, if you have any specific questions,
I do.
Philip?
Well, just an observation, and because I was noticing on the Borough Law Firm, that they already represent municipalities in Moore County. And if we come into a situation, how is that gonna work with conflict of interest? So I would,
That's a great
I would say, let's find somebody else to replace this.
Well, could I,
Well,
I have a point of personal privilege or a point of order. When we're discussing a law firm and what we're going to do and our legal rights, I think that should probably be in closed session. And the reason is that we're discussing our legal positions. And even when you interview an attorney, it's subject to attorney-client privilege.
Right.
So I would think, and by the way, maybe we should actually ask our current lawyers whether it's appropriate to discuss our hiring of our law firm in closed session, especially since we can reference our particular legal needs and the like. Because when you go in to talk to a lawyer about how am I gonna get a divorce, even if you haven't hired the lawyer, what you have is an attorney-client privilege with the lawyer when you start talking about your particular problems. I just thought I would throw that out.
And that's, and I apologize because I should have made that clear, Bob.
Yeah.
That my sense of questions, for board members actually was about our process, not about specific questions relative to the law firm who submitted. So do you have, at this time, do you have any questions about the process, next steps of Dr. Locklear proceeding for interview and then board members having, as Bob has stated, a closed session with the firm and talk through any issues with next steps?
I have no issue with the process, but I certainly have some issues with
Okay,
the
so if
others.
you'll just document those, hold on to those, and we will circle back and follow up with those, okay?
Closed session, right?
Yes, okay.
Good.
I just have a question on the timeline. So just based upon what I heard, the timeline could be that Dr. Locklear and his staff interviews them, and then maybe we could interview them at the next work session in June, and then we
Yes.
could vote on it.
We will have, as we did one time before, to where we have a planned work session with a planned closed session on that day. And then we would have an opportunity to interview. And Therington and Smith representatives have said that certainly if they need to go another month, that they would not just leave us.
Okay,
So I just feel like that we all need an opportunity as board members to follow up, as well as Dr. Locklear and his team. So we,
I also have one further suggestion, and that is I'm not trying to say what you should do, but the chair might want to be in on those discussions with senior staff.
I plan to be.
Okay, so that, some
Yeah.
representative of the board
Yeah.
can get in on the initial discussions.
Right.
So just, shouldn't be just the senior staff.
Yeah, I plan, and I was gonna ask Libby as well, if she and I would sit in on those as best we can. So whenever they
Or-
get that, okay,
I would suggest, Madam Chair, maybe yourself and our board attorney could
Okay.
sit in on that.
Okay.
But, it's your, obviously
I'm
your.
pulling him so much, but I'll
We
connect.
haven't worked together like this in a long time. It feels good.
I'll connect with him as well, thank you.
I'll just note, Madam Chair, if I could, that I'll follow up with our attorney and clarify what needs to be an open session item.
Okay.
And what can be a closed session item, what's appropriate, so the board is guided appropriately.
Okay.
Please,
Sounds, thank you.
I
Our
just-
next item is,
excuse me,
Ed,
I just want to make sure we don't have problems with this, too. One of the people that applied used to work for Harrington Smith.
okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Next, we have our bid results. Dr. Locklear.
Yes, this is just an information item at this time for Ms. Baraf to brief the board and myself that we have bid processes opening this week. They'll close And if everything runs appropriately and we have an appropriate bid, that we would like as a placeholder to be held for action on your Monday's meeting. And so John's going to talk about a couple capital items and then a custodial products item that if the bids run and we get an appropriate bid, we'll be bringing that for your consideration on Monday. But wanted to brief you on that and you not just see it on Monday and wonder what's this about, we didn't talk about it. So wanted to brief you about that prior to Monday. So John?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. And as you said, these are the 3 items that we'll be receiving bids on over the next 2 days. 2 of them are at Carthage Elementary School, dealing with the failing boiler and the supply condensate lines. The other one is for failing HVAC in what's affectionately known as the older building in the back of the parking lot. It's been known as the pre-K, used to be a CTE building, vocational, used to be many things over the years. Also, we have our turnkey custodial product support services, which will expire this July 1st. We've had Seven Oaks Supply perform this service, and they're for the past 4 years. And so a new bid has been issued. We'll have those in Wednesday. And so at the conclusion of each of these, we typically put together our tabulation of bids, which I will share with the board ahead of the executive summary to be published with the agenda for next week's meeting, so you'll have enough time to see it.
So this, John, we need to have a placeholder for these bid results on our agenda item.
To be
Okay.
an action item by the board.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right.
Can
Next,
Can I talk about this, or
Yeah.
shall I wait? Because I want to talk overall about Carthage Elementary and what we're doing there.
let's don't put the two together, Carthage Elementary.
That's,
I
we're
do
just
have,
talking about that in.
No,
Yeah.
I'm talking about the repair here.
Yeah,
of
just,
Carthage.
just specific repair of the was it the boiler?
We have 2. We have the boiler and the condensate return lines and the supply lines from the boiler, as well as the mechanical units in the old building behind the parking lot.
So this is just for those particular items.
No, how much do you anticipate this?
I have a question, I think I'll answer it. John, for the 3, the first one, the budget looks like it's gonna be like $108,000. Second one looks like it's gonna be $56,700. What would the budget be for the turnkey custodial?
I can tell you what the existing contract was for the custodial support services was $232,500.
Okay, that's good enough.
For that. And then in our reports coming up regarding the ESSER listed projects, we have the detail of the cost on that in
Right.
there. And then the capital for the HVAC.
One was 108, the other one's 56,700. That was already in the list you had of what needed to be done.
Okay.
But,
Do you have a question now about those items, Bob?
well, I do have a question about
Okay.
those items
Okay.
and the improvements to Carthage Elementary School. And
Let's split them out. Let's do those.
I can't, because it's just
Okay.
one item.
Okay.
I can wait until
Let's-
he's doing the ESSER funds.
Let's,
I
all
mean,
right, let's wait till we're doing the ESSER.
Okay, I mean,
Yeah.
that's fine. It's
Okay.
just, I just
Okay.
want to talk about
Okay.
Carthage Elementary
Okay.
and a repair overall of that school.
So
Okay.
we have Carthage Elementary on the budget.
We have a
schedule
whole
for today.
topic on Carthage Elementary and next steps for that down at the very bottom, yes.
But-
Okay, so,
But
It's
it's
all
all
the-
part of, I want to talk about it when I talk about ESSER.
okay. So let's go down to our next item, which is the capital projects update. That's item number C.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The next 2 items, item C, capital projects update, and item D are ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 budgeted project updates. These are 2 pieces of information that, as myself and Mr. Cox and Mr. Braff have continued to work with Mr. Vess, and as we've had some feedback and discussions after we presented the board's budget request to the commissioners, there have been some questions that came back requesting some updates around our capital projects and funding that the commissioners have approved for capital projects. One, the $2.136 million that the Board of Commissioners approved back in March 2020 to apply to various capital projects, and then most recently, the $8.5 million to modernize the gyms at Westmore, Cameron, and High Falls. And so we have provided back to Wayne, Mr. Vest, some information, and we wanted to share the same information with you. So you were seeing these same updates that we were sharing with Mr. Vest. And then the next item that Mr. Cox is going to join John in sharing is just an overview of where we currently are in a little more detail with our ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 projects that were budgeted and approved by the board. Andrew's updated that up to date, I think, through April 25th. So he's going to share where we currently are with that. That's the same information we shared to Mr. Vest. So we just wanted the board to be apprised of the communication, continuing work that we're having with Mr. Vest, and providing as much information we can to move things forward with our colleagues at the Board of Commissioners. So this is the update in the capital project. So John, if you'll take us through those two items, please.
Will do. And as Dr. Locklear introduced, I'll get to some spreadsheets to talk more specifically about the ESSER projects as well as the county one-time supplement. But as noted here with the gym modernization projects at Cameron and High Falls and Westmore, commissioners did approve the $8.5 million of bond premium funds to go towards those projects. And these bullet points are just a reminder of the work that's being done there, such as replacing the windows and doors, the roofing, some of the lighting throughout the building, repairing the floor where needed, renovating toilet rooms, providing air conditioning in the gymnasiums. So that's the work that's being done as part of the modernization process for each of these 3 school gymnasiums. We just began it. It's underway. We met on April 27th with the design team to go through each project as they begin documenting existing conditions, getting notes of things that might be concerns, such as is there enough power to support an air conditioning unit, et cetera, items such as that. So they're underway with their site documentation of conditions so they could develop the documents based off of that moving forward. We'll have meetings with them as well as the school principals talking about sequence of operations and process and how on an existing campus to safely execute the construction and improvements of these projects. And then throughout the process, the architects will develop an opinion of cost estimate based off of the current environment. We've had quite a bit of discussion on that as well as a presentation of what's happened in that realm. And so we'll have, as it develops, to know where they believe the project will be at and if decisions need to be made regarding the scope of work at that time, and we'll bring those back to the board. If you would open the attachment for the ESSER capital projects. So this is a summary of the projects. As you will recall, the board did approve previously that we shifted some of the funds for capital and put them towards retention with bonuses to employees. So we had to remove some projects to make that happen, as well as how to offset for the escalation of costs since this was approved and developed in its original form. So this is the revised now list of projects that the board approved to perform. It's just over $9 million worth. So the projects are all listed down the left side of the sheet with the approved budget original, so you can reference that and see what the increase for construction escalation was to it. Any expenditures we made to date are noted, and if there's a difference in the next column for the projects that are completed to date with how much was budgeted, how much was spent in the end. And then the next columns are our schedule for when they're going to be, whether issued for bid and awarded, start date and complete date, so we can make sure to get through the expenditure, all these projects within the allotted time provided within the ESSER 2 and the ESSER 3 distributions. I will note that right now, approximately just over $7.4 million has either been expended or is in process at this time. So by in process, I mean things such as the track replacement is in design. So that'll be soon going out for bid. That's in process already. So of those projects where they've already been contract awarded, underway, completed, or in process, we're just over 7.4 million of that, of the overall 9.1 million. So we're moving along pretty well with this to date. And then if you go to the next.
And
I'm
John,
sorry, before we move on.
for these particular ESSER funds, what is our time frame to spend those dollars? Is it by 24 or is it by 23?
Both. That's the
So
difference
we've
between
got-
ESSER 2 and ESSER 3.
Okay.
So working with
Okay.
federal grants oversight over at Dr. Scott, we put together which projects are going to be the ESSER 2, so they're
Okay.
expended first, and then the balance are all ESSER 3.
So for both ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds, we had 9.1 million total. And out of the 9.1 million, we have already appropriated that is either in process or getting ready to be in process, 7.4 million.
Correct.
Okay, and so for those remaining dollars, are they on our list, or we?
Yes, they are. Give you an example that,
Okay.
second project down right there, Robbins Elementary replaced the split systems, just over $1 million. That's something that's starting in the design phase here to do and scoping
Okay.
of work and everything. It is not in design yet.
Okay.
The others are the ones that we had started within design phase work. So that's not included in the 7.4. That's the balance remaining of the approximately 1.7 million or so.
Okay, so the 1.7 is allocated, it just hasn't got
No,
underway.
there's nothing underway on those yet.
Gotcha, okay. All right, we just wanted to be clear on that, okay.
John,
ma'am.
my question is, have all the items on here marked completed up through April of '22 actually completed? ESSER 1 and 2. I think they are.
Specifically on this list,
Right.
right, the ones that are noted complete, such as the boilers and such, those are being installed right now. So we have those costs there. The activity buses have been purchased. The at least middle school's complete for their boiler replacement.
Just the
So-
ones that have up through April of 2022.
Through are truly complete.
They're complete. That was my question. Thank you.
Those funds are completed.
It looks to me,
Ted.
John, that if it has an amount in the difference column that is completed, or it's all been paid for and it's just
Correct.
finishing complete.
Correct.
Right, yeah.
So I'm looking at, and perhaps I'm premature, I'm looking at the list of those projects which have been Xed out for lack of funding. Or am I jumping too quickly into maybe the next,
That-
next set of slides?
That would be in the next presentation that you're talking about that Andrew's put together
Right,
regarding the overall for ESSER.
right.
Okay, so that would be the next, that would be item D, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, any questions with regard to, did you finish with your capital projects update, John?
No, that's just this slide. The next slide has to do with the additional capital outlay approved by the Board of Commissioners back in 2020.
Okay,
And the progress on this. And so the listed items, that scope of work to be done, the budget, the expenditures to date, and the balance of remaining, and the status on what they are, whether they're complete, whether they're in process. One of them, I'm going to go through each of these 4 items to explain what happened there. The second one down, which is that boiler condensate lines at Elise Middle School, we had that project ready to go to bid. In anticipation of what was starting to happen with the escalation of costs escalating and the availability of ESSER needing to expend those funds early, that project was moved to the ESSERs that the board approved back on the original project documents. So that's noted as been moved to ESSER funds. The other ones are complete. We have the boiler condensate line air conditioning replacement over for the building in the back of the parking lot at Carthage is the one we referred to in the previous executive summary about that bids come in tomorrow. That's using the approved funds here. The Ed Center over at Pinckney, This was supposed to be a replacement of air handling units in the building that had been failing and leaking. However, upon further investigation, it was determined that we could not replace the units in the same rooms. They do not meet clearance requirements for code. We would have to make the rooms bigger, giving up office space, et cetera. So we've been working on alternative solutions to that are going to cost more. We're expecting that budget to increase to anywhere from $108,000 to approximately $400,000 to $500,000 potentially. The other one down there, the classroom displays, these are ongoing projects that Mr. Eklund and his staff are replacing in our schools. This is going to go on for another year and a half or so potentially, but they do plan to have all the funds expended as part of that process. The soffits at Elise Middle School around the gym, just like the ones that were repaired and restored at Carthage, that work will be done by our own maintenance staff this summer. And then the other note at the very bottom, Union Pines High School water lines replacement. We replaced a good portion of the lines in that project. However, the kitchen and the locker rooms were not able to be done within that budget constraint, but they will need to be done. So we are anticipating that the offsetted funds, such as in the very beginning, the top line Elise Middle School, the project was shifted to the ESSER. We'll be able to utilize those funds as well as other project savings to complete that work at Union Pines High School. And so that the water lines would all have been replaced in the existing building. So that's an update with kind of where we're heading with that to wrap up the expenditure of this outlay, and any, at the end conclusion, any funds that are remaining we'll bring back to the board for discussions with the commissioners.
So, John, with our initial, I'm gonna say priority list that you shared with us months ago, and it was probably about 38 items, somewhere along there, on that list, and we pulled some of these items from the list so that we could complete them with the $2.1 million. So with what we have remaining, do we have items still on our list that we need to apply to these funds, or you understand what I'm asking?
I do. Let me respond in this manner. The items on that list are top priority needs, which this was derived from originally.
Okay.
These funds were to address those consider highest critical and get those underway.
Okay.
We have enough funding to accomplish these.
Okay. Okay.
The question is, will we have funds left over? Now, unbeknownst at the time of this, we had outlay grant opportunities through the ESSER funds that came, the 2 and the 3,
Right.
that were unplanned for, which allowed us to
do more
of those items that qualified under
Okay.
the ESSER requirements. So I would say that it'd be good, probably another update opportunity to bring that overall list to identify which ones have received funding, how far we've moved ahead.
Okay.
As you're well aware, we present every year our capital needs and
Okay.
funding strategies to try to accomplish it, which include our capital that we receive from the sale of properties as well as outlay from the county. And although I stare at this many times a day, we have made great strides in the number of projects we're able to accomplish through this outlay, through the ESSER 2 and 3, then through the sale of properties to gain projects that we would not have otherwise been able to accomplish.
And so the question, possibly by the commissioners, as we presented this information to them, is obviously with the 2.1 million, where did some of those dollars go? And obviously you've got a list here of every single line item. And then with the dollars that we have remaining that we have not applied, where will those dollars go? And obviously, do we still have a need for capital outlay dollars that's going to be part of the budget for this coming up year? Those are some of the questions
Correct.
that I've heard.
A lot of the savings that you see here, we anticipate are gonna end up right here.
Okay,
Those will need more budget with the cost escalation and everything. And regarding the Ed Center over at Pinckney, the change in the scope of work is pretty dramatic to
Okay.
try to get heating and cooling in that building then. And then with Union Pines, to complete the work that the budget could not at the time when we replaced what was there. We did not want to take money from other funds that were identified to complete the work at Union Pines, because we did not know at the time where we would end up with the other work.
okay,
But with this being project ready and qualified for ESSER and moving it over there, will free up the funds to apply to these projects and to Union Pines.
okay, all right. I wanted to hear you say that, just so
Yes.
the public and the commissioners are aware of our line of sight on items and the dollars associated with that.
John,
Ed?
John just had one other question. When will you have, I know we've done a lot of work, particularly with $11 million we used from ESSER funds on capital projects and improvements. When will you have an updated list, like we had prepared before, that we presented to commissioners for many years, showing we had over $73 million in 20-year plan and that stuff, none of which we really got. When will that be updated so that we know where we stand there? And that they know where we stand? And I know it's gonna take a while to do, but.
We present that each year in January to the
Okay.
Board of Education, and then follow that up with a copy presentation to the commissioners.
Thanks.
Board members, before we get into really Andrew and John's information and update on ESSER funds, do you want to take a 5-minute break?
Top of the hour, maybe.
Okay, yeah, we'll come back at the top of the hour. Just give everybody a minute to back to order and continue with Mr. Barath and Mr. Cox, please.
Yes, ma'am, and
Oh,
Mr.
I'm
Cox.
sorry, Dr. Locklear. I should have started with you.
No, ma'am. Just a continuation, as you mentioned, Madam Chair. We provided to Mr. Vest, County Manager Vest, an update on where we were with ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 and what we had spent up to April 25th. And Mr. Cox can walk us through that and as efficiently as possible. And we'll see what questions we need to discuss, and just want to make sure the board had the same update that we had provided Mr. Vest. Andrew?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. These first couple slides will be recaps, just for your information. ESSER 2, we're referring to that as PRC 171, which is one pot that we do have a little flexibility on. We received $7.8 million for that. ESSER 3, our PRC 181, received $17.3 million on. These are one-time fundings that we had to go through the grant application process with DPI on. Again, as a reminder, these funds have to be used to prepare for, respond to, or prevent the spread of COVID-19. Items there: learning loss, facility repairs, resources for principals, leaders, coordinating pandemic response, staff training, technology, mental health services, maintaining current staff levels, supporting school nutrition and sanitation, and PPE supplies. And the overarching planning priorities that the district used when we initially brought this to the board and continue to use today is focus on learning recovery and addressing capital needs, or the two main factors or functions of how the board approved the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 budgets. So here, just to give you an update where we were, the things you see in blue are different than what we presented in December 21, because we presented an update to the board based on November totals at the December board meeting where we where you approved and made changes to the plan for the retention bonuses, where we shifted some capital projects to cover those retention bonuses. But what you see in blue are differences from the December presentation that we presented to the board. So the only change here on the mental health, still at 2%. Our expenditures have gone up to $99,800, so we're almost completely spent there for what we have planned for this fiscal year mental health contracts. And then the increase for the survey platform of $46,855, so we're $162,000 out of $207,000 for the mental health 2%.
Just one second, was that 42,000, because I didn't catch that. It's 42,000 more we have to spend for surveys?
Say that again?
I thought you said 42,000 more that we had to spend for surveys. Am I wrong, or did I hear you wrong?
I don't think I said 42,000.
No, the difference between what we budgeted, if I may, Madam Chair, the difference between what we budgeted, Mr. Levy, and what we currently have paid up through April is a difference that he was noting.
Well, so I actually have, I think I can
Go ahead.
clear up
I'll
Mr.
defer
Levy's.
you.
I think I can clear up Mr. Levy's. Mr. Cox did say that there was 184,000 additional money spent on Panorama. I think that was a misstatement. I think you did say additional, but I think 184,500 is the total we spent on Panorama. That was not an additional amount.
I'm only focusing on the actual
actuals.
425 column. I hadn't got to the total budget. So if I said anything around the total, yeah, I apologize. The only thing I was focusing on the differences from the December board meeting that were November totals, where the survey platform now has increased to total expenditures of $46,000 year to date. We've spent $162,000 out of $207,000 year to date for FY 21-22 that we had planned based on the board approvals back in April of 21.
So that's already budgeted, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
This-
I was wondering
this
whether
was
we
the
were
budget-
increasing or something.
This was the budgeted amount here, the $61,500. We spent $46,000 of the budgeted amount
Okay,
so
all
far.
right, that's fine.
For this
Yeah,
year, yeah.
Now I understand what you're saying.
For educational technology, there have been no changes since November of '21, when we presented at the December board meeting. Almost 1.7 million out of the 2 million budgeted for the FY 21-22 school year. So no changes to the budget overall for that.
Wait, can you go back, please? The service for hotspots, that's zeroed out this year because Mr. Eckling got a grant, an FCC grant to pay for that this year, correct?
We have not spent any dollars on hotspots. Yes, the hotspots have been covered by a
grant.
FCC grant.
Right, okay.
Yeah. That's not saying we're not gonna have any expenditures. We
Understand. We
may,
just gotta
but as
cover
of
this.
today, we don't have any expenditures for hotspots, out of ESSER 2 or ESSER 3, funding. Principals, providing principals with resources, 11% of the overall budget here. We spent $112,000 for arts and athletics and performing arts at the schools, and our support for compliance for ESSER is now at $35,350, so total $147,000 spent out of $258,000 budgeted in that category. To address learning loss, 39% of the budget. It was originally about 30%. At the December meeting, it was amended to cover the retention bonus, which you'll see down here. That's the only change so far year to date is we added in the employee retention bonus. We anticipated about $2.2 million for that retention bonus, which came in a little less than what we had budgeted and presented at December. So it was a $1.9 million for that employee retention bonus. So 5.7 out of 6.7 million for the current year have been spent. So that total budget did increase to $9.8 million, which is 39% of the overall ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 bonus, pots, funding allocations.
And Andrew, your topics for each one of our slides represent specific items that we have to spend dollars on for the ESSER funds, correct?
So, or the overall arching categories
That was listed.
that we presented to the board, and had the board approve those categories for our expenditures, which, as you saw at the beginning,
Right.
are areas that
Right.
the federal
Right.
government said we could spend those
Right.
dollars on.
I just want to make sure that, as we go through, that our public and obviously we've explained that to the commissioners. I just want to make sure that everyone understands that.
And if I may, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Madam Chair, we are required to spend at least 30%
Right.
on learning loss.
On learning
So that
loss.
one is one that we're
Yeah.
required, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, they dictated the percent that we had to at least spend on that. Others, it didn't say a percentage, it said, those are categories that you can spend, the funding on.
The amount spent on the additional teacher assistants came in much less than we had anticipated because we weren't able to hire them all, or because
Well, we
they-
still got,
You still got the
two
2
more
months
months
to
of
go in there,
expenditures.
okay.
So we're gonna get close, we'll probably be under a little bit, but we still got 2 more
All right,
months of
okay, thank
expenditures
you,
to
yeah.
go on that. And that is in black, that really should be in blue, my apologies, because when I presented in December, we're about 200,000, and now we're up to that 931. So my apologies, that did change, from the December presentation, which were November totals.
And the figure that you have for the Power Up Summer Academies that's what it cost us last summer.
That is what,
And then-
yes,
And then
correct.
we're looking at what it would be this coming summer, the 1.25.
That's what we have budgeted, for this coming summer, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And then, Mr. Barath presented, the capital projects. You see the original budget, 11.4 million, and due to cost escalation and the revision to cover the retention bonuses, the revised budget is 9.4 million. Mr. Barath alluded to 9.1 million in his presentation before. And as I mentioned back here on this slide, we did come in a little under budget for the employee retention bonus. And since we were taking that from the capital projects, we left that as the revised budget for the capital projects. So we we could have additional cost escalation or potentially add additional project back into that to use that remaining $300,000. Mr. Barath didn't cover in his presentation on ESSER projects. And I won't go through each one of these, but I did list out the original ESSER capital projects that Mr. Barath, we have presented that were approved by the board previously. And you do see the strike-through here. What that is, the strike-through is removing that project for either due to cost escalation or amended budget to cover the employee retention bonus. And I believe there were 8 projects that were removed from the capital list to cover that.
Well,
I would like to say for the record, if we could go back one, please, that the air conditioner in the central office appears to be working very well today. It does not need to be replaced, so that one was a good scratch out.
What concerns me,
That's a good observation.
concerns me a lot is that, and by the way, I was against it. So I may have been the only one who was against these so-called retention bonuses. But we were told that the only thing that we had to strike out for the retention bonuses was, I think it was an air handler at Pinckney. But I see that we have about 6, 7 different projects that are out and that are stricken out, including split systems units and new units to replace ductwork and things like that, update the locker rooms at Pinecrest, and replace an air handler and cafeteria stuff at, I guess, West End Elementary School, things like that. And yet, we did clear, it looks like $1 million in outdoor tables and canopies and stuff like that. There seems to be a problem in priorities. And I don't know where everything went wrong, but it's really concerning to me that we weren't told, at least I don't think we were told, what these retention bonuses would really do, and that we, I know we've already let out the projects on the outdoor tables, but now we're finding out that they're going up, is that $40,000-$50,000, something like that?
So, Mr. Levy, during the December board meeting where we brought the retention bonus to the board, Mr. Barath outlined the projects that we were going to eliminate due to cost escalation and the recommendation for the bonus. He also listed out the projects that we were eliminating that would cover the cost of that retention bonus. So the board at that December meeting was made aware of the projects that were being eliminated. Now, they are not being completely eliminated for the need for them. The need is still there, and Mr. Barath is working on the additional funding, how we can get those funding. They're still on the list. They just won't be covered with ESSER dollars to do those projects.
Well, it just seems to me, because I remember that distinctly, and I remember the only thing we were told was an air handler. Am I wrong, Mr. Barath?
I was looking
An
through my
air
notes,
handler at Pinckney.
and I do not go back to December in this binder. However, as Andrew alluded to, there were 2 categories of projects we had to remove. One was to accommodate the escalation in construction. The other was for the bonus. And so there were 2 separate lists of projects that were removed. And since it was originally about 2.2 million, somewhere around there, there was a series of some projects that had to come off the list to accommodate that. Now, those were the ones we picked from further down the list as far as priorities, as opposed to our more immediate, because that list was developed as a top projects being a greater need than the bottom projects at that time. Even though they're all needs, we had to go through the difficult exercise of trying to identify the most critical. So, and as Andrew said, they're not gone. Now, just recently, with the sale of properties and the capital funds we received from those, we've built a plan to show some projects that we could do with that money, and we'll present back to you now that we have those funds in our account. Well, soon we'll have all the funds with the final sale in our account. We'll then be able to bring a revised capital plan for local capital funds to the board for consideration.
Well, my hope is that instead of concentrating on things like tables and things like that, we'll concentrate on heavy capital project. Well, I don't know if you call it air handler, a heavy capital project, but the internal systems of the schools. And where we have still needs for the internal systems of the schools, we really should not be considering things like tables, chairs, and outdoor canopies, although, especially $1 million worth. And I think we should also think about even cutting that back, if we still can, instead of going the extra $50,000, and trying to put it into some of these air handlers and things like that.
The board just,
Oh, I know, we
might have been
approved
last
it.
month or something, but it came in actually substantially less. It came in at approximately 50% of the budget.
You're talking about the,
Tables and chairs, or tables and canopies for outdoor classrooms and eating.
well, the revised budget is 1.1 million.
And the projects the board approved came in at just under 500,000.
It says 960.
So that's what the budget,
Was approved for.
approved for, but when he actually went out to bid to secure the items, they came in much less. And we have not brought a revised plan back to the board at this time.
So where's the
This is where we are.
where's the 1.1 million come in? Revised budget, 1,104,000.
Right, that was with escalation at the time to steel, to product and materials for it, and speaking with the manufacturing companies, the escalation that they had forecasted. So we took the budget proposed at 960,000 and increased it to 1.1 million. And in the end, when the bids came in, they were just under 500.
So,
Okay, so we've got
right, some
like
additional funds
$500,000
to the good.
left,
Yeah.
for which you can use that for those air handlers and the like.
Yeah,
Okay.
He'll be bringing a plan back to the board,
yeah.
once we know what the additional monies are, for savings when they've been bid.
As the good book says, speedily in our days.
And I'm sure it would be helpful if we, at some point, John, would just see a revision of those 38 items of the priority to be put in with that, just so that we know where we are, because some of those items were taken from that list, right? And they have been completed. So trying to just tie in and true up some of the things that we've seen to get to this point would be helpful.
And I certainly don't want the county commissioners to become confused, to thinking that we're spending $1.1 million on tables and chairs when we have an air handler at Pinckney that needs to be taken care of. So that's kind of important.
I have a question. Tables and chairs, are they considered facilities maintenance and capital improvements?
The canopies, because they're structure,
Right,
would be
right.
fall under that
So
category.
we have to pay for that with the funds we have. The facility maintenance, the capital improvements are 100% the commissioner's responsibility.
Well, it's their responsibility,
Right,
it comes
and
out of our budget.
Right, and they will squawk at paying for canopies for outdoor dining when air handlers don't work. That's Mr. Levy's
That's
point, I
right.
think.
My point is, they should be paying for the air handlers if we need them. It's their responsibility,
Right, but
100%.
their point will be that we spent money that could have done that to do outdoor dining. That's exactly what they're gonna say. I have
We spend that money to do what else we need to do.
Did you have a
but they're not
question, David?
just an observation, and it really ties into the next thing, but it is pertinent. Hopefully, as we move, I just noticed that a car.
David, will you hold that just a minute, please? Let me just explain for everybody that we knew going into our meeting today that both Philip and Stacy would have to leave early. So I just wanted to point that out. I'm sorry, you continue.
I have a child to pick up, so.
I'm no judge. Anyway, my only point is, I saw where an item on Carthage Elementary School was crossed out, and I don't know why that was crossed out. It may be working perfectly fine, so, it just wasn't needed at this time. But, and we'll talk about this in great depth at the next item, it will be a minimum of 4 years before, you know, assuming we build a new school or an additional school probably for Carthage, it will be at least 4 years, and we need to press forward with maintenance on that. So hopefully that wasn't scratched out, thinking, oh, well, you know, 4 years, there'll be a new school. And the other thing I would say is, hopefully, we will have a plan as what we're gonna do with the old school before we sign a contract for an additional school. Anyway, so hopefully we'll have more clarity so we don't have a maintenance issue and we can really plan that out. Anyway, that's all I have.
John and Andrew.
That's all that I had.
Okay. And again, to Dr. Locklear's point, our main objective of presenting our capital projects update and our ESSER dollars was just to make sure that board members had line item visualization of our projects, our dollars, as this is the information that we presented to the commissioners. We just wanted to make sure you didn't have any questions. And John will continue as he gets his information update, bring it back to us so that we can just stay in tune with projects that are completed and our dollars that have been spent and dollars that are left remaining to be spent. Any other questions? We're going to move into our next item, which is Carthage Elementary School discussion. And this is, will be a very high level initial discussion of next steps for Carthage Elementary School. What does that mean? And so we know that that there has already been at least one meeting with I will refer to as a new school Carthage Planning Committee that makes up different members of the Carthage community. There has already been a presentation to that committee on what a new school looks like on the current Carthage site. There has also been a presentation, John, in October, November, sometime last year, to the Carthage Town Council. And that meeting, I think several of us may have attended. It was at the Carthage courthouse with the town council. And again, at that meeting, the presentation was around building a new school on the current Carthage site. And there was a whole plan with what that looked like with a new building, and new building was shared. So I just wanted us to have this initial, again, high-level discussion to see where do we begin, where do we go. We already know, and we received a resolution from the town of Carthage to the board members, and this was back in February, to where the Carthage board indicated that they no longer wanted to build a school on the current Carthage site. They decided that they wanted to have different property and have the school relocated at a different site. So we already know that the priority is not having the school there at the current location.
This was at your last meeting, I'm sorry.
This was, board members got a copy of this, and I can pass it around. But this was in February, and we talked about this at our March, I think it was March work session. And so now I have been approached by different members of the town council, by different members of the school committee regarding land. And it's my understanding they may already have a location in the works of where that may look. And you probably have been approached as well. But basically,
He's the real power.
he's saying, did he say no?
No.
So I wanted our board members to begin to have discussions of where do we begin? What are our next steps? So, John, I want you to, just share high level of, or I'll start with Dr. Locklear. You have words, and then we'll get with John, but at this point, some of the things that's been shared, and conversations that is already out there in the public, I just want to have some dialogue and conversations around that, and then we'll get some feedback from board members, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I will, like you asked Ms. Baraff, in conversations with you and conversations in planning for continued discussions with the Carthage Planning Committee around Carthage Elementary School, it's really about continuing those discussions. It's really about a learning opportunity with them, hearing from them, sharing baseline information about where Carthage Elementary School currently is, the current capital needs, where it might rank when you look at replacement of the school based on the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction's matrix and rubrics around that, what the site looks like, and a potential hypothetical construction timeline. When you're looking at constructing a new school, what does that look like hypothetically? So this is all about discussions. This is all about sharing information. So Ms. Baraff did put together a revised presentation. If you can pull that up now, Charlie, and he can kind of walk through that with the board of what would be shared in future discussions with the Carthage Planning Committee. This is what Mr. Baraff would share in those future meetings. So, John, you want to kind of walk through that and see what questions the board has, and I think that might be a good launching point for continued discussion, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. So, many of you already seen similar to this, so this is an abridged version of it to kind of hit the high points. And again, we always start off with the discussion's going to be about, and because it's about that common purpose, the need to do something with the campus, a need to address growth and enrollment for the future. It includes, as Dr. Locklear said, what about the existing site? Can it be used? What might happen? We look at our forecasting that we've presented over many years, the capital needs list that was mentioned in previous discussions, and renovate, replace is always something to consider, as well as the timetable that Member Hensley had referred to just moments ago. So the common purpose always begins that this isn't a standalone. We need the county commissioners to partner with, because they would be the funding source to do anything with the school campus, as well as the town of Carthage due to its proximity where it sits in the heart of Carthage itself right there. The attendance area, people think they have an idea because, oh, it's Carthage, so anything with the Carthage post office stop on their address letters would be the attendance area, but that's not necessarily the case. And so in this situation here, the green area is Carthage Elementary's attendance area. To the south of that, red or orange, is Seaman Hills Farm Life. And at the very bottom, there's a blue circle that you might be able to see down there.
Mm-hmm.
That's Little River. So a lot of concern has been expressed in discussions about, oh, the growth in Little River, what's that going to do to Carthage Elementary? Well, something I'll talk about in a minute, because it's in Farm Life, which means we need to be thinking about Farm Life as well as possible partner of the discussion. So school capacity, we've had discussions about what is defined by this. We look at when schools were built, life cycle, our ability to maintain them over those years. We have capacities that are defined by whether it's how many mobile units you fit out there, and discussions about what the core is. What is built there that supports that number of students? Core being your media center, your gym, your cafeteria, kitchen, bathrooms, etc. So we developed this chart to help people understand that and how we need to be thinking about buildings, because if you have a core capacity to support only 400 students, but you throw 40 modular units out there, you're not going to be able to adequately support those students with their needs.
So,
So, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
let me ask you, it's about that slide about core capacity and classroom capacity, and maybe you were already gonna answer this, so I apologize if I interrupted you before I did. But you can't help but notice, forget the condition of Carthage Elementary for a minute, you can't help but notice that it has a core capacity of 650, but it's a classroom capacity of 440. So why wouldn't we just build another 210 classroom seats on that? Again, just ignore the condition for a minute.
If you allow me to address that, when I pull up the plan of the existing campus, then we'll discuss and I'll show you where the struggles with that are.
Okay,
And-
good,
and- But
thank you.
yet also how it can be accomplished.
Okay, good, thank you.
And in this chart, you've seen before, there are two things that we have changed since then, and that's Cranes Creek and over at Cameron, where with the additions that was done at Northmore High School to remove mobile units from there, and Pinehurst Elementary, the new school, to remove those mobile units, we're able to place them at those schools to get their classroom capacities up to their core capacities and maximize their use for that. So this is a chart we refer to periodically as in our discussions. Growth projection, again, as mentioned, 440 students there. Current year ADM was 314. Forecasted for the next school year is 412 students, which would be approximately 95% of their 440 capacity. And then by 28-29, forecasted at to exceed that at 448 students. Now, these projections were last done pre-COVID, when we did the student assignment process for all schools around the county. So we can, part of the process we can discuss is also updates to this to determine impacts from that growth that has changed as we're seeing more and more families moving here, what might be the impact to that. Again, Little River's not in there, so it's not in this forecast for Carthage. Just rule of thumb, when you think about growth and development, and the number of students generated, there's these two metrics in here. Single-family homes, it's 0.5 students per developed acre. So that means per developed acre of homes. When you have large developments, you may have set-asides of wetlands or open areas. Those are not calculated in that because they cannot be built upon. If you have multifamily, it's 0.25 students per developed acre. These are just rule of thumbs. They're not absolutes, but they're good metrics as we get information of developments coming that we can have an idea what the generation would be. Again, we got to remember the students generated will fluctuate between kindergarten through 12th grade. Just some information, since we listed it for Farm Life, their capacity is 520. This year, they had 356 students. Next year, their forecast was to have 441 students, and then by 28-29 to be at 491 students, or about 94% of their capacity. But just like the Carthage site, Farm Life also has some restrictions on its site that limits its ability to be expanded and grow as well. This was a topic, and I know we've had many discussions about it, and that's even though we're talking about possibly replacing it, renovating it, doing something, we need to maintain it and operate out of it. It's going to take time for anything to be done and completed out there. So overall, I mean, the investment needs on our overall projection list over 20 years is about $17.5 million for that campus. A lot of that included renovation of the buildings such as the roof, the windows, the classrooms, the flooring, the ceilings, everything, okay, to maintain it and make it vital for another 40, 50 years of learning.
So to be clear, right, that 17.5 million would be the total for over a 20-year renovation and maintenance over that 20 years. Would it bring it up to current standards or reasonably close to current standards, or that's just to maintain what we have?
It included bringing it up to some standards, can't bring it up to all standards. You have some constraints within that, but would be to an attempt to right-size some classrooms. You have some classrooms that are about 650, 680 square feet. That should be between 850 and 900. So there'd be some work included in there to renovate the interior of the buildings in some ways. This does not include any additions. This was merely maintenance and renovation of existing.
And does that include the gym as well, or
Yes, it
no?
does.
Okay, so that's everything on the campus?
Everything on the campus.
Okay.
And
So that would
that
be,
go ahead, Jim.
that would be renovating, working with what we have, kind of making it as good as we can with what we have without putting like a big dome over it or something crazy like that.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that would that would still keep us under capacity till 2029?
That would keep the building components appropriate for 440 students,
Which is what we're projecting.
which is where, no, the current capacity, the current core capacity for the building
And to your
is
point,
440.
It is, minus Little River, minus any.
Minus
development that
any
happens in Little
giant
River.
Correct.
development,
Yeah.
Correct.
which we don't know about. It's a problem, yeah.
Okay, so we touched on a lot of this already, some things that need to be done to it, to standardize it, make them complete. Some of the problems, again, with the campus, and we'll talk about it, is the separate buildings that we had considered. If you wanted to do, as Member Hensley mentioned, can we not get the classroom capacity up to the core capacity? You can, but it means you gotta tear down a lot to build in there to make it work, and I'll touch that in just a minute. Our funding sources, again, we talked about earlier, the $2.1 million from the county as the capital one-time supplement. We have the ESSER funds identified. We also have, through the additional allocation that we get every year from the county, $750,000 for capital. In NC Lottery, which for planning purposes, we always estimate around $850,000 to use some of those funds for our needs out there as well. And that's as with every school improvement project. The discussion of replace or renovate, the NC DPI School Planning Construction Department put together some metrics for evaluation that you must do. We submitted these at the time we looked at the Aberdeen schools, the Southern Pine schools, and the Pinehurst Elementary as far as our renovate or replace. So going through the same analysis here for Carthage, out of the building alone feasibility scored 6 points. 12 or less suggest the need for replacement according to their metrics. As far as the site went, it scored low, it scored an 8, just 1 point higher than the metric of 7 or less to suggest the need for replacement there as well.
And so, John, just to be clear with this, the North Carolina DPI school planning is indicating that out of their criteria that they went through, that Carthage scored a 6. And
For the buildings only.
for the buildings only. And that was the same type scenario that was done for, like, let's say, for example, whenever they looked at Aberdeen.
Mm-hmm.
And they went into Aberdeen Primary, right? And they
Aberdeen
looked
Primary, Elementary, Southern
Elementary.
Pines, we had to do the same.
for each one of
metrics.
those schools.
Mhm.
Okay, okay. David?
So, well, first, there's the obvious question, those site survey, the site feasibility analysis recommended by the DPI, does it subtract points if you're within 50 feet of a major 4-lane divided highway?
No, it didn't.
Is that one of the citing criteria? I mean, that's,
It's not in there.
okay. So, but here's my more here's my more serious question. You know, this was the same process that was gone through, I assume, the last three buildings that were built. I'd make 2 observations. One is, at 3 of the 4 sites that have sold, everybody, to my knowledge, has made the decision to renovate the buildings. No one's we were told, and the citizens of Moore County were told, those buildings were dilapidated, there's no way I'm exaggerating, there's no way they're inhabitable, they must be bulldozed, we cannot bulldoze them fast enough. Yet, I go up to Westmore Elementary and I see essentially Southern Pines Primary, but those people up there are told that that's perfectly fine. And oh, by the way, it is perfectly fine. And then I cannot get past the fact that 3 entities, Moore Montessori, Southern Pines Land Trust and the town of Aberdeen, at least preliminarily, plan on renovating all the buildings that we told the public must be tore down because they score a 5 or a 3 or a 6 or whatever. So, I think that all the buildings on all the 3 previous campuses were fine had they been renovated. And as far as the site feasibility analysis, you know, geez, man, we built a 2-story building on this postage stamp of a lot in Pinehurst, which I am quite sure did not score a high on the feasibility analysis. So at some point, this is a recommendation. And in the case of our surplus schools, everybody decided to keep all the buildings and renovate them. So I don't put a lot of faith in this. I mean, I know it's a matrix and you go through and you check it and you add it up, but, you know, from what I've seen at the other sites, it just doesn't jive. It certainly didn't jive with what this board decided in the case of Pinehurst Elementary. Southern Pines Elementary with a 70-foot drop and all that, that couldn't have scored that high. So anyway, I just point this out that you could reach other conclusions given the same thing, and that Southern Pines Land Trust, Moore Montessori, and the town of Aberdeen obviously saw value in these buildings.
And to also support what you were saying there, this is not a you must.
Yeah.
This
Right.
is just a
We
metric
made
of
the same
evaluation.
decision
Right, I
all.
understand.
And so it's not a must. The board can obviously decide in any of these situations to do just that.
Right.
This is just one of the metrics that's required.
Right.
My number one question is, I'll even take a step backward, one more step backward. How does renovating or replacing or doing something to Carthage Elementary fit into our strategic plan? And what I'm saying is, if we have a strategic plan, which I don't think we do, and I understand there's something that says a strategic plan, but I'm not so sure it is. What does that say about building buildings and allocating funds to build schools over the entire county over the next 1, 2, 3 decades? And how does this fit into it? Why, you know, I understand that Carthage is loud and vocal, and I believe we need to rebuild Carthage. We also may need to rebuild Cameron, or we may need to do some other stuff here. So do we have a strategic plan on the building of schools for the next couple of decades? Is it there?
It is not referred to as a strategic plan, it is a master facilities
Right,
plan.
master
Each Board of Education adopts a master facility plan of projects over the next duration of 5, 10 years of what they want to accomplish. And there's a process that goes with developing that.
And where does this fit into the master facilities plan? Is this the next online? Or do we have a hierarchy, or what's going on?
We need to do a new master
Correct.
facilities
That's-
plan.
if I
Well,
may.
that's-
Because we need new middle school,
Dr.
population's
Locklear.
changed.
If I may, Mr. Levy, that's
Yeah.
exactly an exercise that this board needs to engage
That's
in. And there was some discussion around that, you know, earlier in the year. But with the transition period with myself and then moving into who is chosen as the permanent superintendent, that would definitely be one of those high priority items that the board needs to engage in for a full capital and, you know, master facilities plan moving into the next 5 to 10 years and prioritizing what those projects would be. And there's a process that includes, you know, John mentioned the land use study, may even choose to engage with a consultant who can help you look at your facilities and which ones are in the, you know, et cetera. So there's a whole process that
Right.
can be engaged with.
And I don't wanna frighten the people of Carthage who, they really need a new school or at least an updated school or whatever. But step one, just in my opinion, needs to be to figure out what we're going to do over the next couple of decades, based upon what our needs are over the next couple of decades, and then see how all of this fits in to all of that.
You're absolutely right,
So,
Bob.
to Bob's
absolutely right.
point.
What was that?
Let's put things in perspective too. Those 3 new schools we just finished, we started work on that early 2014. On the
But-
master's facility plan. So it's time for us to do it right
Yeah.
now.
So,
Need
so
more
to,
red, need to do the whole thing again.
so to your point, we already have a meeting that we have scheduled and planned for the 19th. Again, today, the purpose of us today is just high-level information. On the 19th, may give us an opportunity, Dr. Locklear, to look at our master facilities plan. And we will look at the need of Carthage specifically.
Right,
And that will be a more deeper dive of what is our next step? What are our next steps with our master facilities plan? So, John and Dr. Locklear, if, I know that we have that, I don't know if it has been revisited, but it would be good if we could have it ready for our meeting on the 19th, when all of us get back together as a work session. We would be able to look at that.
And one other.
Yeah.
One other thing I wanted to bring up.
Yeah.
On Saturday, I was at Carthage Elementary, and they had a ribbon cutting for one of the most beautiful parks that I've seen for a school. It is absolutely gorgeous. It is certainly a credit to the school and is a credit to the community. And then I look at it and, okay, and we're doing what to the school, which is right beside this couple of $100,000 or however much money it costs for a park, that also needs to be taken into consideration if that kind of investment is being made in the land. And by the way, even if we move the school, it certainly would be a credit to the community because there's a park right beside it, and that's just an expansion of the park. But, that would be duplicating, I don't know, how much did that park cost? It was mostly private donations, I know.
The Carthage Park next to the property, I
It's
don't
not
know that.
6
Now,
or 7 million.
playground equipment that Carthage Elementary raised and installed, I want to say was in the 40s. for the equipment.
40,000?
Yeah.
Okay, but at any rate, it's a major investment in that piece of property. So that's something that also shouldn't be overlooked when we're talking about Carthage Elementary and what to do, renovate it. And lastly, we also need to think smaller, in terms of smaller schools. And I know it's more expensive to run a smaller school than a larger school. But if you want to compare, I think, the student experience at Northmore with its 650 students versus our more crowded southern high schools and the like, I think you find that a small school is better for academics, and where you have a principal who can know almost each and every student in the school. That is certainly a luxury that we would love to have. So in looking at all these facilities, I think we should ask ourselves, large schools at 650, 700 kids, or maybe dotting around with smaller schools with one principal and fewer staff and smaller numbers of students, but whose educational experience can be much more intimate, and I think you're gonna have less disciplinary problems and the like. That needs to go into our looking at Carthage Elementary, and it needs to go as part of our master facilities plan. Just thought I would throw that in.
John, did you have additional slides?
Yes, I do.
Okay, let's get through John's slides and then we'll have comments.
And then to go back to Member Hensley's question earlier, so here's the campus at Carthage. It's a little deceiving over there because the ball field towards the west is actually part of the town of Carthage, not our school property.
As you were just talking about, the park with the tennis courts and everything towards the northeast, that's also the town of Carthage. Moore County Schools property outlined here is just over 7.5 acres. It's small. It's small. Because of our relationship with the town of Carthage, they get to use the ball field area during school day for recess and PE outside, et cetera. Some of the problems here, we have 7 buildings that are all independent and separate. So they're not connected by any means. We talked about providing safety at schools. We know that a singular building creates a safer environment. We don't have students going inside and outside and having to monitor the transition between buildings, as well as during inclement weather. Very cold, sleet, snowy, whatever days it may be. And also the time it takes to move kids in that manner. So we have those kind of constraints there. Don't want to push the wrong button. Very tight site. You can see the staff parking and buses in the back here. There is no ability to queue on site right now for parent pickup drop-off. It all just backs up on Rockingham Road down here. So everyone kind of knows to avoid that in the mornings.
So, and then going back to our earlier discussion about West End Elementary, that's my point about the state is, you know, a new requirement that we mentioned when we were talking several times, you've mentioned in school board meetings that the new requirement is queuing on site and get people off the roads. Well, going back to my earlier point, this Department of Transportation is making that even more difficult in West End. I just
Now,
want to make
West
that.
End has a back road. You must not have been down it before, but.
Yeah, I've seen
parents-
the back road.
Parents go in and they have plenty of room to queue.
That is where the queuing's accommodated on that long road that comes from that
Right,
side
on the
street all the way
backside.
in. Yes.
Right.
So that's where it meets the queuing requirement by DOT out there, since the front is not the only point. We have accommodated queuing on that road off of
Love Grove.
Grove Church
Church,
Road.
yeah.
Yeah, but they take future flex, well,
Yep.
we are rehashing
No, I
that.
understand
but
what you're saying.
The State Department of Transportation's taking our future flexibility anyway, different discussion.
On that. So we have those constraints there with that, the multiple buildings, the separation, congestion with traffic and things. Ideally, you know,
Mr. Breath?
Yes.
Before you go, going back to that one, and you're talking about congestion and whatnot. I know with like afternoon pickup, I'm sure parents, well, they're already getting out now, but parents block that street completely.
yes.
If there were to be an emergency at any of the homes or within the school during that half an hour where parents begin to block everything, how would a fire truck or an emergency vehicle get in?
Because if the parents, I'll take an example here with you, if they're queuing along Rockingham heading up towards the northeast, the opposite road is empty. So they can come against the traffic lights blaring there to get access onto the campus, access to any of the homes there.
So
So
they do still have a way
they
to
are not
exit.
blocking they're not blocking both roadways
Lanes.
there. They're only
Okay.
on the one side. And the road does widen once you get down past that tennis court a little bit, so they could be kind of out of the way.
Do parents pull
It's
up
not the
into the
best.
park, do they pull up into the parking lot to pick up, or are they under the awning where the,
Right there.
comes out of the building?
Yep, right
Okay.
there.
Under the awning.
Mhm.
And John, how much did you say, what was the acreage here on the lot now
7.6.
without 7?
It's just
I
over
didn't see.
7.5
Okay.
acres, 7.6.
And what is the typical requirement for elementary school?
Well, it depends on capacities. What we did with the recent ones, which are about 800, you go single story, you're looking at about 20 acres as far as buildable, usable site. You go two-story, that decreases because your building footprint got smaller and you have more land you can use.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So, in looking at how do we accommodate that space that we need, what would it look like? Well, if you combine the school board property with the town of Carthage property, you end up with just under 17 acres out there as potential opportunity if they were to partner with us on that. There are challenges to that. Everyone's seen it out there, and we've talked about it before, where the school is at the high point. It's kind of like on a nice plateau up there. And then just like I was mentioning about Southern Pines, it falls away in the directions from there. So from that school, you drop down 30 feet to the ball field. You drop down another 14 feet or so down to McNeil Street. And then going towards the back of the tennis courts right there, you got about another 16 feet of fall there. So there is some grade, but we know how to work with grade. We've done it. We have slope sites all around the county and the state. So hypothetically, if the site wasn't going to be used for a school, where do you want to be? Well, as with any area when you're serving, you want to be kind of central to your attendance area, so you're bringing students, parents, everybody from multiple directions. You don't want to be tight against a boundary border and bringing everybody in one direction. So we'd want to stay within a general vicinity of the Carthage area there as far as target area. Of course, if that means that you end up right on the outside of it, I'm just putting a dot for purpose, not for purchase, that doesn't mean it's bad. It just, we'd ideally want to be within this area for transportation and flow and movement. Also, proximity to utilities is important. We want to be able to have access to water and sewer. So, as Member Hensley mentioned, it's not a quick process. Just hypothetically, what it looks like to remind everybody, just had to plug a start date in here, so I just put June 1st coming up in here as a start date. And we would issue a call for qualifications. We'd interview architects at the end of that month that the committee would select. The board would approve the selection at its July meeting, and then the design phase would start. So that period to go from the beginning of June to the beginning of August is a quick process to get to a start point. Permits would be approximately a year later to receive all permits and then go to bid. At the same time, all throughout this whole process, we're working with the county as we did on all the other projects to however the funding strategy they elect to use, whether it's general obligation bonds, limited obligation bonds, direct financing, or other, to continue to work with them throughout with their timeline of need. Any borrowing they do must go to the LGC for approval, so we want to be ready as soon as we get bids that they can make their submissions to get approval, so then we can award the contract to start construction. And then it takes approximately 2 years to build, and then you're ready for students. So you're looking at just under 4 years, anywhere between 3 years, 9 months period of time, because even at the end of construction, we need to put the furniture in, we need to get all the technology in and operational, get all the supplies in there, everything ready. So the only thing missing would be the staff to be ready to run for students. So that's just quick right there, just to hit the highlights, Chair Thompson, and happy to respond to any questions you
And
may have.
that's after we already know what the financing is gonna be for it.
After you have funding.
Right.
And
Which may take longer.
And, site, can't really start a design without a site.
Yeah.
So somewhere you have to fit site acquisition studies in there. We need to evaluate, we need to determine are there any wetlands or restrictions on a site that we need to be aware of in the purchasing and research for it. What are the availability utilities? Are they too far away? All those items.
Thank you,
mentioned-
John.
You mentioned that there was a possible way to put, say, a two-story building in on the current campus.
Yes.
Can you go back to those pictures and show us what you?
I
What do you
didn't put
think?
those in there. That was part of the discussion previously, was kind of what would it look like? There seemed to be an interest. They wanted to know, well, how can you use this site and do that? And it was, well, again, you need more than the site. You need this. I didn't include that in this because all they did was I took the Southern Pine School and the Pinehurst
And
School.
overlaid it on there.
And I just, well, I didn't overlay them exactly because those are 800 student schools, and I anticipated here doing about 600, 650 student school. So they're just a little smaller, but I just kind of put the footprints on there for people to see by scale what it looks like.
Well, I can go back and find those.
Yeah,
That's-
and then I did some approximation of trying to get on-site queuing for vehicles and how to deliveries, where's your parking, where's your play areas? Are there retaining walls? Yes, there are, and where would they be, kind of thing. Just a general idea is all it was, so there'd be an understanding.
On the exact same site.
Yes.
Okay.
It by no means was to say, oh, here's your answer. It was just to show
Yeah.
Many of you can go see Southern Pines, you can see Pinehurst, you can understand the scale and size of those, and then what it would look like there.
Right. So, board members, again, today was, the intent was just to provide a high level of information that, that John has already shared with the Carthage School Planning Committee as well as the town Board of Carthage. And we know that we already have a date on the calendar that we're going to do a real deep dive into this with our master facilities plan to determine, okay, exactly what are our next steps and what direction do we need to go. So David is chomping at the bits. He has a question.
Chomping, that is the exact word. I meant chomping at the bit. There are 2 agenda items. There is condemnation of land, and there is this that are right up my alley.
He's been really engaged.
But
It's good.
I am
Go ahead,
engaged. I
David.
might be inspired. We might move on to the engaged. And
Engaged
then
is
then we
inspired,
got the
yeah.
success thing on the end. We'll see about that.
Well, definitely success.
The first things first, when is the date on our calendar we're doing the deep dive?
19th at
Okay,
10
19th May.
o'clock.
All right.
And that
I'm
will
sure it's on my
be,
calendar. I just
that
wanna
will
make
be posted as a work session.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's on my
So
calendar.
we will, again, it may be, we're hopeful for 2.5 hours. It may be 3 or 3.5.
Depends on how engaged you are.
But
We're
we,
inspired. This is important stuff.
but we will, again, I'm sure board members will have lots of questions. And we will have, again, we'll have our master facilities plan that'll kick us off. That we can see, okay, exactly where are we and what was the next step with our timeline that probably was associated. And then I'm hopeful that I will be able to bring some possible land sites that some of the members of Carthage feel like that they may have available. I don't know if it's for purchase, or I don't know if they would be so kind as to donate it to the school. But we'll see how that goes. When I follow up with them, I'm hopeful to have some of that information.
So May 5th, we have a meeting.
Yeah, well,
Correct.
that's separate and apart. The one that I'm talking about now is the 19th.
And what's
Okay.
gonna be on the
Okay.
19th?
Okay, the 19th here
Is
is our work session.
but I mean, is there gonna be strategic plan? Is that
No,
what-
it's gonna be this, Master Facilities Plan in Carthage, new Carthage School. So Cindy, if she hasn't, I'm sure she hasn't posted that, but you guys should have that on your calendar as a
So-
Yeah, I've
placeholder.
got it on there. I thought
Yeah.
it was strategic plan.
So I do have a couple questions. And I think it's important that school board members share their thoughts so that the central office and the community knows what we're thinking on big stuff like this. I've got a couple questions. So, Mr. Barath, this has a core capacity of 600. It's built out for a classroom capacity of 450. Say the town cooperated, where would you expand? Where would you add another 104? Where would you add a wing to hold 140 classroom seats?
Well, what I wouldn't want to do is compound. I don't think it'd be wise to compound an existing problem, build another standalone building. I think whatever is done to improve campuses moving forward, it needs to consider the entire campus as a whole.
Okay.
So the first thing I would say is
Yep.
that your opportunity is between the existing original classroom and coming out here that can provide a connection to the gym. Well, you have to lose a building to do that there temporarily. And then you can build something large enough here for
Yep.
classroom and other support. You may move the media center over there and change the existing media center classrooms if it won't work as best. You know, there's a lot of things that have to be considered, but anything that gets done, we want to make it better out there, not continue to
Right,
compound a
right.
problem.
Yeah, you don't want to continue
So
the
there would be an
problem.
opportunity, but you would have to now, where am I going to put those students? I don't have any room on this campus to put mobile units. So it's, how do I, where can I displace students during that process becomes a struggle that would have to be identified.
Okay, and that goes to my next question I have for you. So let's say that people of Carthage, let's say we've got a great site and it's perfect, it's 20 acres, it's flat, it's, whatever, and we build a school with a 600 core capacity, but we only build classrooms for 400, right? But the site is laid out for the other 200, so okay, 10 years from now, we need the other 200 seats, we just bolt it on here, the tax base is increased,
Right.
we now need it. Will that save you 20%, 10%, 30%, or not much at all by not building the additional 200
Oh, yeah.
seats?
That's a good question, because
Yeah.
that's been done many times. In the end, it costs more money, because construction costs don't go down.
I understand it costs more, but you could be paying for something you don't need for a decade. So I understand in the long run
Yes.
it costs more.
Depending on growth projections and how soon you would need
Right.
additional space. If you build it and you go, we're not anticipating growth for 20 years, don't build them now. If you're going, we're seeing modest, steady growth, you might want to consider building them so you're ready. Many districts have that same intention, and usually what I see is mobile classrooms at the end of the grade wing, as opposed to them coming back and actually building.
Yeah, I would
parts of the
never,
building.
I would never do that. If you had a core capacity and you had, say you were gonna have 3 200-seat wings coming out and you only built 2 of them, no, if we're adding classrooms, we're pulling out bricks and we're doing bricks and mortar. So I think it's all in the planning and then sticking
Yes.
to that. The key is a different board sticking to the plan, right? That's the challenge.
I will point out, at West End Elementary, they started the project that same way. The grade wings towards the front of the building were set to have 4 more classes built. During construction, they added 4 more on there because they started looking closer at their projections and realized we're gonna need them sooner than later.
You mean
And
West
did that
Pine?
then. What'd I
West
say?
Pine
You
Elementary.
said West Elementary.
You said West
You
End
said
Elementary.
West End,
Sorry.
you meant West Pine.
I was not
Okay,
around
okay.
for West End, that is correct.
I was gonna add,
West Pine Elementary, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
so they went ahead and did it. Okay,
And before you go on that, just to add, there's nothing worse than seeing a brand-new building opening with modular classrooms already there. When a system has underestimated its need and didn't go ahead and compensate for it when they were building. Because who wants, when you're looking at a brand-new school, who wants to be the kid that has to go into the modular classroom out back? So, yeah, when we build, we want to make sure that it's built to meet what we see as immediate need and, I don't know, 10 years, whatever, down the road, to
We
make sure
came
it can
very-
be accommodated, so you don't have to start another project immediately.
We came
Yeah.
very close to that with the new elementary schools we built. We had them originally scheduled for 650 and changed it to 800, fortunately.
But unless, and maybe you're gonna talk about the 2 schools?
Yeah, so let me,
I don't
so
wanna
so
step on your-
those were my 2 questions I had. So let me just say let me just make some points. Some of these I made earlier is, I went to that meeting that the previous superintendent and Mr. Barath had with the town back in August or September, whenever it was. And I listened to the people of Carthage, and apparently they've changed, but at the time, they're like, we want a school here, we want to keep this school. And now they're saying, well, we want a school kind of in our walking distance of our downtown, so, some radius. But again, here are my thoughts. One is, we want to avoid at all costs this temporary location, because if you drive by where they had the temporary Pinehurst Elementary, it is a barren field. It is a flat barren field that we spent $4 million on, and we have nothing but a flat barren, maybe $5 million. We have nothing but a flat barren field that belongs to the town of Pinehurst, right? So we want to avoid a temporary location. We also need to start thinking about, well, that's another topic, but we need to come up with a situation that is a win-win-win for everything. We got to consider the taxpayers of Moore County. We got to consider the residents of Carthage. We got to consider our faculty and staff and students, right? And we need to build modest facilities that meet all the state criteria, are perfectly good in education, but provide value to our taxpayers, while at the same time being mindful of what the town needs. So what we need to do is we need to come up with what the cost of a notional basic school would be built on a flat 20 acres. That's going to cost X amount per student seat, whatever metrics you want to use. And if you back up to when we did Pinehurst Elementary, say, well, building a basic elementary school on this plot, you know, a notional plot will cost, pick a number, $30 million, 25 million. We'll use 30 million for the sake of argument. If the town has additional requirements, for example, you're going to build it on this site, and that's going to add $5 million to the cost, then the town's going to pay that $5 million. The people of Pinehurst who demanded that their school be built on the same site, adding $5 million to the cost, the citizens of Pinehurst should have paid that additional $5 million because that's their requirement. That's not the problem of someone who lives up in Robbins or someone that lives in Carthage to pay for a requirement that the village of Pinehurst added, right?
But now, wait, stop right there. But it wasn't 5 million, John, I believe it was 3 for the campus.
Temporary.
Yeah,
For the temporary
it was
campus, so 3 million for the temporary campus, which is a lot of money, I'm not saying it's not. But that's also money we didn't spend to buy more property.
So
you
if-
have to balance it out, so maybe $1.5 million was not recouped by the campus.
Okay, well, since you
But-
went down this path, let's relitigate this entire Pinehurst Elementary thing. I did not
There's-
want to do that, but
There's
I
no
would have
need
gone.
to. I'm just saying it was 3 million for that campus, and I'm saying we didn't have to buy property. If we could have convinced Pinehurst to pay for more, that would have been all good and well. I don't object to your line of thinking at all. I just want to clarify the actual figures. That's all.
Well, then I want to clarify your figures. So, okay, if we would have gone outside of town a little bit, and we would have bought a piece of property that's relatively flat, the site development cost probably would not have been $1.5 million. But even if they had, we would have had 7, 8, whatever that 7, 10, 12 acres in the village of Pinehurst that we could have then sold and recouped that money. So you can look at this stuff. As I started out, my intent is not to relitigate that. I just wanted to say whether it's only $3 million or $5 million, that should not come out of educational budget. So my point is if the local people want to do something that adds substantial cost, then they should pay for it. And so therefore, the key is to find a solution that doesn't add additional cost and meets everyone's needs. To Mr. Levy's point, and Bob has been saying this all along, smaller schools result in better education. And I'm an economies of scale person, you know, I believe in efficiencies and this and that, but as I go around to different schools, I have noticed that the smaller the school, you go to smaller schools, the principal knows every student by name. Those students say, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir. I don't see that in the bigger schools. So I am willing, and I think that we should pay more and put up with less efficiencies for smaller schools in the 500 to 600 seat range. So what I would advocate for is let's build 2 schools for the price of Pinehurst Elementary. Let's hear what the people of Carthage have to say. They cough up a site. Let's build a school. Let's build a modest school in the $20–25 million range, say 25 million bucks. And then let's take the other 10 million, 15 million, and let's renovate Carthage Elementary. And let's end up with an elementary school and a primary school for the price of what we paid for Pinehurst Elementary. And the people of Carthage will have a school exactly where they have their existing school. We'll have another school that we can have more flexibility on where we put it. Maybe we put it more to the north, the west, wherever we think expanded growth are. And we can end up with 2 schools for the price of 1. Because again, going back to what I said earlier, so far 100% of the tenants who bought the new owners of the sites that we said those buildings are not suitable for renovating, they are happily renovating them. And I think it gives good value. I think the smaller the schools, we have community schools, you go in those schools, the smaller the schools, the more they become the hub of the community, the more students you have walking to school, we have better physical fitness, we have less bus routes, you know, there are intangibles of that. And then let's talk about the methodology. I was deeply troubled when I went to, and again, no attempt to relitigate the expense on the previous schools, but we spent more than twice what the state average. I'm going to talk about that in a minute for building an elementary school on the last 3 schools that we built. And it was, I'm doing this from memory, so my numbers may be off, but it was 37 million, 36 million to build Pinehurst Elementary. And how many students is that?
800, and that was total.
Okay.
That wasn't just construction, that was total, somewhere around 38 million.
Okay, 38 million to build 800 seats, right? I almost had a stroke over that, right? So then I'm sitting up here at the county courthouse back in the fall when the previous superintendent gave a brief that I had no warning of, and he briefed, we are prepared to spend $53 million to build a 600-seat school, which would make it 2.5 times more than what I thought was a school that was 2.5 times more expensive. Literally, 36 million to build an 800-seat school. Bear with me. And there's a point to this. That is, say 36 million?
38.
38 for everything.
Mhm.
38 divided by 600.
800 seats, right?
Correct.
That is $47,500 per student seat. And again, we're going to talk about per student seats in just a minute. 53 million divided by 600 is $88,333 per student seat. So that is literally twice as much as per student seat that we paid for Pinehurst Elementary. I would suggest, rather than setting expectations, hey, people, we're going to spend 53 million bucks, and everyone gets all excited, and then we turn to an architect and say, design us a $53 million school, I would suggest a slightly different approach. I would suggest, and although this data is not perfect, DPI, North Carolina DPI, gathers information on all school construction in North Carolina. Most. It is not, like I said, this information is not complete. It is not 100% reliable.
Right.
But you can go down and you can look at all the elementary schools that they have information on in North Carolina, and it shows the total amount, and it shows the number of seats. There's inconsistency in the data. Some include site, purchase, some don't. It's not perfect data. But I would suggest that as a board, because this is how I would build my house, right? I don't decide I'm going to build a $53 million house at Little River. I look at surrounding houses and I say, what's the average cost of construction? And I kind of figure that out and how big I want it. So I would suggest that as a board, one of the things we look at, if not the major thing, if I were doing this, I would go to DPI, I would figure out the average cost per student seat to build an elementary school in North Carolina over the last 3 years. And that's an average number. And I'm here to tell you it's in the 20s. It's not in the 47s, and it's certainly not in the 88s, right? It's somewhere in the $20,000 per student seat, or at least it was last year when I calculated this on imperfect data. Then, and say that comes to 30,000 a seat or 25,000 a seat. I think we then turn to an architect firm or a builder or a bunch of them, and we say, we want a 600-seat school, and we are willing to pay $25,000 per seat because that is the state average. Okay, maybe we'll spend more than that. Hold on. We're spending $30,000 per student seat. Show us, give us notional drawings as what you can build on this site for 18 million bucks. And then they give us drawings, and we look at it and say, yeah, we're happy with that, or say, no, we're not happy with that. Bump that up 15% and show us what we can get for $20 million. And we keep incrementing it 10 or 15% till we find a school that we think is appropriate, because we want to build nice schools. We just don't need over-the-top schools. We don't need to spend money so I walk in and see a giant mural that says, we're in the business of play. We could have just had a wall there. We didn't need to spend money on that. And if we did, that shouldn't have been the message. But we need to figure out the average cost to build a per student seat, to build an elementary school in the state of North Carolina, and we need to engage our architect firm, if we even hire an architect firm. The smart thing, well, we'll talk about that during the process, but we say, here's the average cost. What does the average get us? What does 10% above the average get us? What does 20% above the average, until we find something we're happy with? Anyway, so we build this $20 million school that has a core capacity of 600 students on the new site. Then we take the other 15 million and we renovate the old school, and we end up with 2 small schools. And if they only have 300 students in it each for the next decade, that's fine, because we kind of want smaller schools.
Thank you.
That is all.
Ed?
Yeah, David, you know, most of yours is speculation, as it was on the land deals and the other thing. Let's get the facts. This is something you talk about when you have facilities planning on what you want to do. Let's get the figures on it and see. Let's see what the requirements are for building the buildings. Let's see if we want the building to last for 20 years, if we want it to last 80 years. For instance, in the new buildings we have terrazzo. And you know why we have terrazzo there? Because it paid for itself in 20 years. The next 60 years will save all that money that we would have spent on the other floor. There's stuff like that. You need to understand exactly what's happening, exactly what the requirements are. And I went through this with Nick and Randy when we built the other schools. They did the same thing, pointing to all these buildings, you know, of where they made the school cheaper. And I'm not sure we were ever comparing apples and apples. We need to compare apples to apples. Facilities planning will decide what we want for the schools, and, you know, we'll make those decisions then. You can't make them now. You gotta know what, you know, we have to know how much, what the population's gonna grow. I'd love to have schools, small schools in neighborhoods. I'd love to have the financing we need for all our capital needs. I'd love to have, teachers' aides in 1 through 3, particularly for our disadvantaged schools. And I'd love to have small class sizes, but they all cost money, and I know you're talking about saving money, but we can't save money over what our needs are and safety. And there's a big difference between, you know, what they're doing, the other people that bought the property, and how we use it. So you know, the ideas sound great, but let's see whether or not they'll actually work, and consider that during the facilities planning.
Thank you, Ed. Again, on the 19th, that will be an opportunity for us to come together and really do a deeper dive and discuss and figure out our next steps. At this time, Dr. Locklear, do you have anything additionally?
No, ma'am, other than to confirm that we're good to go for Carthage Elementary School. We'll be moving towards preparing for that for Monday.
Okay.
Just want to confirm that Principal Warren confirmed with us that we're good to go.
Okay. At this point, board comments. Ed, you have any comments?
No more, except when are we gonna talk about the strategic plan?
We have that on target, May 26th. That we are planning to do a deeper dive into that as well. Dr. Locklear, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, ma'am. May 26th will be a work session in the morning for the board. We'll be focused primarily on vision, mission, core beliefs, having a very active work session around that.
May 26th.
And then that will drive, along with other feedback that we've gotten from the board, from the portal, and feedback we've gotten from our public, we'll be bringing towards having a first draft of the strategic plan in June, so the permanent superintendent can take that and work with the board through fruition of the finalization of the revision.
So my request is that that we have the community, what they have recommended.
We
I
have
would
the
like to
community,
see,
yeah.
and you don't have to put this by names, but I would like to see the recommendations that the board had too before we have that meeting. So we'll, be able to see what other board members, what ideas they had on the strategic.
What-
Sure, yes,
So
sir, we
A lot
can
of them
put
will
that
be
together.
similar.
And.
We'll share it all back out again.
Yeah.
Prior to the meeting on the 26th,
Yeah.
both our community
Yeah.
feedback
Well, I
and.
know all
board
the communities, I'm just
Yeah.
interested in the board members.
And what I would suggest to board members, if, the date is May 26th, as a work session date, and
What time is that? Because I don't seem to have
that's
it on my
at
calendar.
10,
believe we're shooting for 9 a.m.
9
Mike.
a.m.,
Yeah.
okay.
May
9
26th, 9 a.m.?
9
9 to 12 o'clock, yep.
If board members, if you have any afterthoughts, I would ask if you would send an email to Dr. Locklear, myself, and Dr. Metcalf, just so that they can make sure that they incorporate any afterthoughts that you had from the portal, so that when we come together, all of those things will be incorporated. Ed, did you have any other board
No, ma'am.
comments?
No, ma'am.
David, do you have any board comments?
Just one. Again, the school construction, I take it very seriously. No comment I make unless I say it's funny, right? It's flippant. And we just need to be very cognizant of obviously the needs of Moore County schools, but also the taxpayers throughout all of Moore County. And we need to make sure that we are delivering good quality infrastructure, but delivering value at the same time. And we need to explore all courses of action and our approach on how we do that.
Thank you. I meant to have asked one question, John. When you presented to the Carthage Town Council, your slide deck, did you have the overlay on those slides of how it would look? What your comment was of putting, is that what you presented as far as the building? You didn't have an actual new building, did you?
No, I did not. I just
Okay.
used those two
Those
examples.
overlay, okay. I just wanted to be clear on that. Bob, you have any comments?
Just looking forward to taking a look at our total facilities plans over the next couple of decades, because I think before we really commit to doing anything, we need to know where we're heading and where our projections are. And I want to thank Mr. Bareth for some very hard work on this, because I know there's a lot of more hard work ahead, so I appreciate it.
Libby, any comments?
Yeah, I have to agree, it's time for us to go back and look at that list. I know we had a list of priorities that the Advanced Career Center was I believe, the number one priority at the time. And obviously, our list changed greatly when our elementary school enrollments just bloomed very quickly and brought us McDeeds Creek. But I just want to mention again that, that our reason for abandoning the properties in Southern Pines and Aberdeen was not because they were simply old and we said they were unusable. Partly, they did not meet our needs because we had an overabundance of children in the southern end of the county who needed a place to attend school. We could not make those buildings and those campuses into the necessary size without expensive renovations and the potential for very limited growth on the actual property that was there. We also looked at the safety of each one of those sites, and I guess that's probably the number one thing. Mr. Hensley's already talked about West End Elementary and how close that road is going to come to the front of the school. Aberdeen Elementary virtually sits on a 5-lane road, the old Aberdeen property. And that was one of our considerations as we looked at what the campus was capable of holding. Aberdeen Primary, we already knew truly needed to be bulldozed, and I anticipate it will be since it has now been sold. So Southern Pines Elementary, or Southern Pines Primary, also was not a safe and secure campus. When you have multiple wings with outdoors, with each classroom opening to the outdoors, you really don't have a way to keep your children safe in every situation. So those were things that we considered, along with the fact that these were old, out-of-date campuses and in need of major renovations. I believe each one of those campuses needed over $5 million in renovations if they were going to be kept on an active basis. That didn't make them any safer, it didn't make them any more secure, and it certainly didn't make them any larger, it simply kept them up to date. So there were multiple reasons for looking at those properties and determining that they did not meet the current needs of Moore County School students. And I want to be sure that people understand that every bit of that was carefully examined before we took a step forward. And I'm so very proud that we were able to go ahead and build those new elementary schools. I wanted to challenge Dr. Locklear real quickly on another matter, just to tell us, how many things have you attended in our schools in just the last week? Because I seem to be walking into buildings and Dr. Locklear has just left. What all have you been to, Dr. Locklear?
Well, goodness, now you're challenging my memory on after a long work session, but been to several athletic events last week. Was able to visit and be part of our elementary robotics, middle school robotics competition on Friday. Also joined in on seeing Seussical the musical on Friday night. Mike was there as well. That's a good date night for me and my wife. Had an incredible talent at Union Pines High School there. So just enjoy going to a lot of events and being part of that. And we've got some playoffs this week in our high school athletics, and another musical Friday night, if I may. We've got Newsies going on at Northmore High School Friday night, and I can't wait for that as well.
And not only the things that you've actually attended, but there are just so many outstanding sports, athletic events going on to where you're seeing students going to the regionals and the state and winning everything. The golf team at Northmore, Dr. Powers, first time since '99, I believe, they were champions. So it's just a lot of outstanding events and athletic opportunities and things going on for our students and our educators, and we're just so thrilled.
Not to mention our Teacher of the Year and Principal of the Year
I was
event
getting ready to
on,
say.
Thursday evening that all of
Yeah.
us were at as well. That
Yeah,
was awesome.
it was just an outstanding event Thursday to bring all of our teachers, principals together, first time in 2 years. I remember very well the last couple of years that we actually had to do a car caravan for the Teacher of the Year site, that we actually showed up at the school with balloons and different things. Due to COVID, we were not able to really recognize them, but we had an amazing banquet, and everybody was just so excited, hugging, and it was just a good night. And also, again, I want to mention the upcoming theatrical play that will be at Northmore beginning Friday night at 7 o'clock. Those students will put on a good show as well as Union Pines and Pinecrest. So we want to be able to support them. At this time, thank you, board members. We've had a good day, got a lot of information done, and now.
Well, I think this is Teacher Appreciation Week.
Absolutely. This is Teacher Appreciation Week or month. Is it week or month?
Week.
Week. So be sure to reach out to our teachers, some of our teachers, and recognize them for the efforts, especially if you have grandchildren, little ones there in the schools. As well as some of the ones you may know. Maybe we'll get around to as many teachers as we can this week.
My granddaughter brought her teacher some Twinkies. I'm not so sure whether that was good or bad for the teacher, but I hope
better
the
than
teacher
apple to me.
understands the spirit
Yeah.
that it was intended.
Madam Chair, move the meeting be adjourned.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We will be closed and adjourned.
If I ever hear anybody